I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1. An Honest Mistake, written by Redshift Razor.
Jeremy, I was not aware you humans were so magnanimous.
What exactly do you mean about that, Blue? It's not like I haven't been generous to you in the past.
Oh, come on now, Jeremy. We both know that you're on the stingier half of the generosity spectrum. Until recently, I believed all humans were like you. But now I know better. That's the result of limited interactions with humans, I suppose. It seems that you're an outlier when it comes to bounty that humans provide for others.
You better not have done something foolish, dude. What in the world happened?
We both know that I'm the brains of our duo, so I should be asking you the same thing on a daily basis.
Come on, dude, just answer the question.
Fine. As you know, I recently stumbled across quite a windfall, and I was looking for something to do with it. It seems that the universe heard my prayers, because I was approached by a human who was dealing with a pretty bad situation.
Blue, you didn't get scammed out of your money, did you?
Of course not. Now let me finish anyhow. I was approached by a lovely man who went by the name of Adenergy Adela the 50th. Unlike you, he was a dapper in his appearance, and so I was compelled to listen to the tale he had to tell, and it was quite a tale he told.
Man, I dress well. You can't just appreciate my fashion sense.
If you say so. Anyways, he said that he was a prince of planet New Nigeria, deep in human sector. When I asked him what he was doing all the way out here, he said that he was in an aid mission, helping developing planets in the galactic realm, when he was suddenly attacked by pirates. Can you believe it? He went on an aid mission out of the kindness of his heart, and this is what befell him.
Jeremy put a hand on his head and almost collapsed. Instead of opting to slide down the wall, he was groaning the whole time he did so. Blue, don't tell me you gave him money.
See, that's why I called you stingy earlier. The idea of helping someone in need is painful for you, and regardless, it's not like I didn't get anything out of it.
Let me guess, sir. He offered you an exorbitant number of credits at a later date if you helped him out then and there, right?
You know, you're sharper than you look, Jeremy. He said that he needed a shipment 5 million credits to get back home, and once he did, he would wire me 100 times the amount in 2 weeks' time. I'll have 500 million credits.
A singular tear rolled down Jeremy's face, who had turned to leave the room.
Jeremy, where are you headed?
I'm going to go cry in my room. Don't you dare interrupt me. Blue watched Jeremy leave, slightly confused by the outburst before the answer dawned on him.
My goodness, he must have been so moved by my act of generosity.
200 cycles had passed since their last missed opportunity. At this time, they were ready. The signal had been received from a distant Korgrak cruiser. A young sentient species so far uncontacted by any council member had been found. Their technology was impressive for a developing race, but nothing that didn't already exist on the home on Jack. This species was promising. Initial estimates put their population at some 2 billion laborers and soldiers. It was enough to make any educated Korgrak giddy with the possibilities. With victory assured, the Korgrak High Priest announced that the news that they would soon have a vassal of their own, an entire race that would be devoted to Korgrak, offering up their own wealth and laborers to advance their masters. The High Priest was quick to make the announcement, keenly aware of the political ramifications of being the one to finally give his people what they had dreamed of. A slave species that would catapult their own civilization to a new age of luxury. The fleets were launched from all across Jack. This was a historic day, and show of force was of utmost importance for future relationships between masters and slaves. 6 top-of-the-line carriers with a full complement of fighters assembled alongside 3 truly massive destroyers and a host of support vessels. Maneuvers were perfect, and not a single crease could be found in the uniform of any crew member aboard any ship. The fleet aligned to give the press drones a perfect angle for images that would soon be seen all across the planet. This was a great fanfare as the High Priest boarded his personal cruiser and joined the fleet in orbit. Its inhabitants that would make the fleet's position Sol 4 and their target planet Sol 3. The target's defenses were not a problem. although there was more orbital traffic than would normally be expected from a population this size. Still, no matter. Every species has its quirks. What mattered to the present military craft were that of peacekeepers, and showed the same lack of firepower expected from an uncontacted species. As translation capability was finalized and a message both greeting and domination was broadcast, the fleet blasted into orbit of Sol 3 with much more speed than was necessary. As expected, there was chaos. Ships in orbit frantically changed course to dock, some halting together, transfixed by the appearance of the alien fleet. The High Priest gave them more than enough time to come up with a reply and a method of communication as he studied the red planet below. He was beginning to grow impatient when the reply came. It came in from a short-range broadcast from a craft that suddenly decloaked just in range of the fleet. That was unexpected. There were rumors of council races with the technology to cloak a small amount of matter from light and its other effects of the universe around it. These rumors, of course, had no basis in reality. The message was just as unexpected. It was rather friendly. Humanity, as they called themselves, had simply ignored the domination part and just begun gushing and finally meeting a fellow space-sparing species. To compare themselves with the mighty Korgraks was a slight that would not be tolerated by the High Priest on this day that would surely go down in history. The order was given to fire on half of the civilian vessels in range of the fleet, and in mere seconds, 40 small ships would turn to debris, including the craft that brought the incident message. Happy that both their firepower and intentions were now clearly stated, the High Priest ordered a repeat of the communication outlining the terms of their servitude. Moments passed before sensor pings alerted the fleet to a change in the battlefield and incoming fire. 2 carriers were destroyed in a blinding flash, and they appeared to be broken in half by an impact that incapacitated their immense shielding before their cores quickly detonated. The reports came in quickly. All hands lost. The High Priest was in shock. "Impossible," he mumbled, as the fleet looked for this new threat that had struck such a blow. It was then that they realized the navigation consoles had changed and now placed them at Sol 4. But they were sure that this planet was the third from the star. The console readout was clear. They had in fact arrived at the 4th planet from Sol. One destroyer was crippled by an ungodly barrage of laser fire as another vanished in a ball of light that seemed to come from the star itself. No, not the star. It came from Sol 3. From the actual Sol 3 that moments ago had simply not been there. Where they first nothing was now a planet that looked busier and more developed than any of the Council worlds. There were spaceports and cities larger than any Korgrak could dream of. They had cloaked a planet. They had cloaked a planet. "Impossible!" cried the High Priest in denial as the rest of the Korgrak ships were wiped away by the defensive installation on humanity's home world. End of story. This is a special thank you to the one, the only, the legendary Eric Hino, who has become the only Tier 6 patron. Just a quick shout out to the T5 peeps: Bob the Dragon, Cat Crab Lobster, Data Magnet, Dark Machine, Try Again 95, Fudic Yol, Astrea the Dreamer, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Athelia, Meridian 117, and Jordan Bucksmorm. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed. There are links down below, both to support this channel and for the author of this fiction. Anyways, I hope you all have a fantastic one, and I'll see you next time. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. 516, written by Etnox Factor Est. We never realized our mistake until the war was over. General Abraxas' deep, sonorous buzz cut through the chatter in the room, all side conversations ending abruptly as he started his speech. Gathered before him were the political leaders of the Korvan people, all demanding an explanation as to what had gone so disastrously wrong. The loss of the war with the Terrans was still a point of major confusion with most of the citizens of the Empire. The campaign had been proceeding as expected, but suddenly the tides turned. In less than 2 months, the Korvan Empire went from being on even footing with the Terrans to desperately trying to survive. I am sure many of you are wondering how such a thing has happened. A surrender, much less a total surrender, has never occurred once in our great history. I know that such a thing seems unthinkable, but I assure you that we had no other choice. The change occurred suddenly. The tactics of the Terrans became brutal. Instead of the typical ship-to-ship combat, the Terrans began to attack our ships physically. Gesturing to the screen, one of the new Terran ships appeared. It was an ugly, ungainly-looking thing, lacking the clean curves and pleasing design of the Korvan cruisers. The ship looked like a floating lump of raw steel, heavy plating prominent. They no longer even tried to shoot at us or perform tactical maneuvers. They simply found one of our ships, set course, and rammed directly into it. Once engaged, fighters were then poured into our ships and, perhaps it's better to show you. The screen behind the general changed, showing a security feed from within the Korvan battleship. The feed started out as nothing but static and distorted shapes, but soon came into focus. Apparently, the Terran ship had just crashed into theirs, and when the playback began. The rough-looking front of the intruding ship opened quickly, and a swarm of Terran fighters poured in. There was little in the way of strategy or coordination in their attack. Instead, the human fighters came screaming toward their foes in an unmistakable rage, chanting something in their brutish language. They were armed with melee weapons only, seemingly not content to fight at range. Korvan rivals fired into them quickly, but little effect. The Terrans seemed to have armored themselves similarly to their ships. As a result, they were not fast or elegant. They were, however, shockingly deadly, using axes, hammers, swords, and, at times, simply their fists. The Terran invaders rushed upon the Korvan soldiers, sweeping over them like a tide. The brutality of the assault was terrifying to behold. Korvan soldiers were not simply killed. No, they were dismembered, pulverized, ripped apart bodily. The hate displayed by the Terran warriors was nearly tangible, their screams of rage overwhelming the cries of pain of their victims. The scene shifted to various cameras showing the horde of Terrans flow through the ships. They scoured every inch, leaving no one alive. They asked for no surrender, made no demands. They simply killed every Korvan they found with extreme prejudice. During the entire assault, the strange chant never seemed to stop. The silence in the room after the security feed ended hung heavy over the crowd. Any lingering traces of anger or disbelief were gone. The politicians, already not used to the terrors of war, were stunned almost senseless by the extreme violence before them. This was typical of every assault led by the Terrans. They never once tried to communicate in any way. As soon as they saw one of our ships, they attacked. They seemed unstoppable. Their armor, though impressive, was not unavoidable. But even the shots that hit seemed to have little effect. If an attack was not immediately fatal, they fought on. In deference to the proprietary of this gathering, I have shown you one of the less brutal assaults. But there are examples of Terrans missing limbs, or even with holes through their torsos, still fighting, still killing. And I'm sure many of you are wondering what they were chanting. We wondered that as well, hoping that translating it would give us some insight into what had changed. But after translating the words, we were none the wiser. The chant translates to simply 516. The screen changed again, showing a series of what appeared to be barren asteroids. But upon closer inspection, some metallic ruins could be seen amongst the rocky terrain. These are what are left of our advanced bases and manufacturing facilities. Again, the humans' destruction seems to know no bounds. They destroyed our outposts, our factories, and our hangars. Normally, this would be understandable. We were in a war, after all, and destroying the enemy's production capabilities is a standard tactic. But the Terrans went above and beyond the norm. After destroying the facility, they launched bombardments of all sorts, coating the planets in radiation. Even worse, they left behind viruses that are fatal to our kind. To even make these planets habitable again would take the work of centuries. Using them as military installations would take years more. They thus destroyed not only our soldiers, but our ability to make war. General Abraxas pauses for a moment, looking down. He is obviously shaken. Those who know him find the display even more appalling than the recorded assault from earlier. To see the proud general appear so broken was hard to believe. Worst of all, they showed us that none of us were safe. None of us. In war, those who lead the battle are often out of the way of direct danger. As such, we had thought ourselves to be invulnerable. We learned that we were not. The general points at a new image on the screen, now showing an odd black coffin-shaped device. What you see is the most diabolical of the Terran's weapons. Near the end of the war, 12 of these devices landed across our home world. They were simply too small and too shielded to be seen by our senses. And anything that small that could do true damage to our planet, such as a nuclear or antimatter warheads, would have been detected. These, however, carried a much more dangerous payload. More security footage plays, showing one of the strange devices come screaming through the atmosphere. It slowed itself enough not to destroy itself on landing, coming to a skidding halt in front of a large government building. The lid popped off the device, launched several feet into the air. A humanoid shape scrambled quickly from inside it and began running towards the doors of the building. It was hard to see through the debris still hanging in the air from the coffin's arrival, but it looked like a more advanced version of the protective suits worn by the human warriors in the previous recording. The human was simply unstoppable. It ran through the doors of the building as if they weren't there, not breaking stride as it headed towards its goal. The few guards who were able to react had no effect on slowing it. The shots from their guns simply bounced or were absorbed. Those who tried physically stopping this thing were thrown aside as easily as the doors had been. The feed continued, showing the Terran heading towards one specific office. It ran through the door, not wasting time to open it. The feed abruptly paused at that point. You likely cannot read the plaque beside the door, but this was the office of Admiral Jurex. Again, for the sake of common decency, I have stopped the footage at this point. However, the human, it did not stop. By the time security forces caught up, the Admiral was long since dead. The Terran, however, was still attacking the corpse. The Admiral's head was, gone, crushed into nothingness by the Terran's gauntlets. It never stopped punching the area where the Jurex's head had been, screaming a sentence over and over. It ignored any of our forces as they tried desperately to pull it off the Admiral. In the end, security simply hammered the creature to death with the butts of their rifles. Throughout the 20 minutes it took to kill it, it never stopped savaging the corpse, nor did it cease screaming that one phrase. Again, we translated the phrase, but it helped us little. The mad human simply repeated, "Her name was Sarah." At this point, the end of the war was a foregone conclusion. They could kill our soldiers at will, and in such terrifying fashion that our remaining soldiers lost all morale. They could remove our ability to make war and take those facilities from us entirely. And they had shown us that none of us, no matter how highly placed, were safe. They had the skill and the technology to fight us, yes, but that did not seal their victory. It was their will. They had turned the entirety of their very beings to our destruction. Thus, when they asked for our surrender, it was never truly a choice. Our only other option was complete and utter annihilation. It was at this point that we finally found out what had changed the entire war. When the Terrans demanded surrender, they cited our destruction of a small outpost as the reason for their rage. We thought little of it at the time. It was a location holding their young. We had simply assumed that their young were much like ours, numerous, quickly produced, and basically nameless until they reached maturity. The humans apparently think differently. In destroying this small settlement of 516 humans, the young and the caretakers, we had awoken a beast more terrifying than any in our nightmares. This was the end of the human transmission. It should explain rather clearly why we surrendered. He turns to look up at the screen with the rest of the audience. One of the Terrans appeared on screen. Even though its features were utterly alien to the Corvins gathered there, the unfettered rage and contempt were clear. They demanded their surrender, that they cease all military production for their indeterminate future and allow themselves to be invaded by the humans. Its last line caused even the stoutest of bugs to tremble as it spoke through clenched teeth. If you ever touch our children again, we will return. And next time, we will not be so merciful. End of story. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I just want to quickly thank the T5 channel members and patrons. Alithia, Barky, Trygan95, Beautycure, Meridian 117, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholt, Jordan Bucksborn, Angry Marine, Albard and Gusta, Savage Patch Papa, and Arcadian. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Perfectly Legal, written by Rosie013. Champion Nudruk was furious. At least, that was what he was feeling now that the surprise and the confusion were wearing off. It had been a month of unpleasant surprises, and now that he knew exactly what the damned villain was planning, it should have been good news, a time to take action. Instead, he couldn't sleep as his mind raced around in impotent fury. With a bone-deep sigh, he climbed from his simple straw pallet and adjusted his sackcloth robes to better ward off the late evening chill. He spared a longing glance at his ornate Templar armor, hanging on his armor rack in the corner of the simple cell. Somehow, even in the darkness, its gold and marble finish seemed to shimmer, to call out to him in his lord's name. Not today, old friend. There were a few about this hour, and it took no time at all to cross the large courtyard and enter the Order's main shrine to the god of light and law. Although he was alone with his thoughts, candles burned low, indicating the devout worshippers were always somewhere nearby. Slowly, Nidrug lowered himself to a meditative kneeling position to pray for guidance and reflect on recent events. It wasn't that rare for strangers to show up in the kingdom of Einturb, given that they bordered the very edge of the known world. Wanderers, monsters, and general strangeness was almost all there was out in the unknowable Badlands. It was why his deity had chosen this kingdom to host his warrior Templars' main fortress monastery, after all. About a month ago, a stranger dressed unusually had showed up in the smaller cities and requested entrance. Naturally, the guards had been wary and questioned his intent in detail, learning that he had traveled to seek knowledge from a small mage's college in the city. They allowed him passage and surreptitiously followed him to make sure that was where he went. The unknown stranger was good at his word and made no fuss as the guard's report went. The first champion Nudrug knew of the stranger was when an urgent call for help arrived from the college. He instantly knew whatever it was would be serious, The temple's followers of light and the college's followers of mystery were, not exactly friends. To be invited into their grounds was almost unheard of. In full plate, with 4 others in his order in tow, Nightrug had haste to confront whatever the damn mages had accidentally done, only to probably receive a placid and cooperative prisoner, already in rune-inscribed chains. The stranger was human. It was rare for humans to be able to practice magic. They were the least magical talented race in the world. It only took one whispered word from the head mage to explain why he was bound. Necromancer. He had been preparing to behead the wretch then and there when the prisoner spoke up, calmly requesting to speak to the magistrate of the state. Off-put by the request, he had hesitated. Suspicious. This had to be a trap of some sort. No one would volunteer to be burnt alive instead of simply beheading. But law was law. Belatedly, Nadrug realized how close he had come to breaking the law. A Templar of the Light couldn't summarily execute anyone who was not an immediate threat, which the calm human wasn't. So far. He would take the necromancer straight there, under heavy guard and his personal watch the whole time. The court had been a rushed affair at first. No one was keen to delay a necromancer's true death. But there was a hitch. The human pointed out that while the necromancy was distasteful, it wasn't actually outright illegal in the kingdom of Ainturb. And then the human had an excuse for everything under the sun and more. Yes, there was a major undead war in the kingdom's history, but those sorcerers were executed for attempting to overthrow the kingdom, not actually necromancy itself. Yes, desecrating the dead was a crime, but a crime committed against the body's living relatives. Reanimating unclaimed bodies and purchased bodies from families that could only afford a pauper's grave anyway was technically not illegal. Yes, you need to be formally recognized by the mage circle to practice sorcery and magic in the kingdom, but had been recognized and allowed entry to the local college, despite since being forcibly removed. On and on it went, until despite everyone's frustrations, the magistrate had the necromancer released. There was nothing the temple could do despite the wrongness of this action. So, at his orders, rotation of temples was set up to watch the scum wander my homelands, ready for the moment that he was a hair's breadth out of line. There would be no magistrate this time around, just a swift swing of the sword and the Templar's holy work done. It didn't take long to realize that there were other groups doing something similar. The necromancer almost had an entourage of guards, spies, and other observers for 2 weeks as he sauntered about the city as he did his business. Even the college spared no expense, having mages on hand to counter the human should he become nasty. But the other sabaton never dropped. The human was peaceful, if a little unnerving. Many citizens he tried to have some business with rejected him outright, not wanting his attention or that of his watchful, heavily armed entourage. Just when everyone was starting to adjust to his unwelcome presence, the necromancer did the least expecting thing of all. He opened a business, specifically a courier business, overnight deliveries across the entire kingdom. What a ridiculous business idea! No one would want to work with a necromancer. No one would work for him. No one could cross the entire kingdom overnight. It would take 3 days border to border at least. And for another few days, so Nidrug's prediction seemed to be true. No one wanted anything to do with the human. Then a desperate caravan leader broke the taboo, desperate to meet his own deadlines. The wicked necromancer's plans became clear that night, as the undead could labor and travel without rest, and for an even better price than any living. Quickly, the competition was out of business or pushed out of town, and who would be fool enough to try and rob the undead? Local bandits soon left in search of easier pickings. Without bandits, what kind of traveler needed to hire a guard? The mercenary companies left the kingdom looking for work elsewhere, which left room for new businesses to start doing what little guard work remained. The new business was very successful too, and who wouldn't want guards that didn't sleep or rest or get distracted while on duty? The undead made perfect guards. There was even an option to pay a little extra for one that didn't smell. Not an option with living mercenaries. Champion Nadrug was furious, and the others of the Order felt the same way. Their other duties had not stopped, and they might not be able to protect the kingdom from whatever the Badlands threw at them if they always had to watch their backs, not to mention the manpower spent. He had requested an audience with the magistrate, and demanded that the dangerous necromancer be thrown out of the kingdom for interfering with so many other people's business. But the official had declined. Business was business, and competition was fair play. The fact that the magistrate had just bought a new estate and built it in a tenth of the time it usually took, from materials sourced at a cost of the tenth of what it usually would be needed to acquire, was besides the point. These new businesses were good for the kingdom. They will help keep the free market competitive. To make matters worse, last night the champion had learned that the scheming human had made a formal bid to replace the king's common soldiery with his own, through several business intermediaries, of course. That was why he was here, praying in the pre-dawn hours of the morning to his god of light and law. The dampness of the silent tears stained his strained composure. For the first time in his purposeful life, Nadrug, the champion of the Order, didn't know what to do. The champion of light and law had to uphold those virtues. Never before had those virtues been at odds. The monastery had stood its ground, halting any and all evil from the Badlands for centuries, and nothing in all of its history had faced a foe so cunning and deviant. Because the human necromancer was slowly taking over the kingdom, and it was all perfectly legal. End of story. This is a special thank you to the one, the only, the legendary Eric Hino, who has become the only Tier 6 patron. I just want to thank the T5 patrons and channel members: Bob the Dragon, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnold, Estrella the Dreamer, Trygan95, Fudic Yol, Meridian117, Alithia, Jordan Bucksborn, Angry Marine, Albarden Gusta, and Barkey. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed. There are links down below, both to support this channel and for the author of this fiction. Anyways, I hope you all have a fantastic one, and I'll see you next time. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1. Run Like Hell. Written by Echoing Cascade. Persistence hunters is one of the first things you hear whenever anyone speaks of humans. To make a long story short, it means that you don't try and run away from a human. The only thing that achieves is getting you tired. But I know better. Salaz was running, stolen goods in hand. Simply trying to outrun a human is foolish, and I am no fool. He jumped over a suspicious-looking patch of leaves and looked back at the human soldier running after him. The human, without breaking stride, made the same jump, but the carefully hidden and reinforced second vault trap gave way under the massive weight.
Gotcha. Now all I need is a few minutes to give the prize the time it deserves.
His joy was short-lived as he watched the now quite angry human climb over the side of the trap, covered in mud.
No matter, I still have plenty of traps.
Salaz was flat on his back, exhausted. He could hear a rhythmic splotch clank coming closer.
Ah, frack.
The human soldier slowly walked towards the small bipedal lizard. She was still covered in mud, but now had the remains of a snare on her right wrist, twigs and leaves in her hair, and a metal bucket glued to her foot. No, not her boot, her foot. She put her foot bucket on the chest and pried the chocolate bar from his claws. Then, while glaring at him, unwrapped the candy and ate it in his face. Marine, mine! She then drew her sidearm, took aim at his face, and pulled the trigger. Cillian looked up at his breakfast at the scene in front of him. His colleague and close friend, sane as far as he knew, held firmly in place under the boot of one of the Marines in charge of security, as she emptied her water pistol in his face, punctuating every shot with, "Bad Zeno! Bad Zeno!" He shook his head. "Don't steal food from humans. Ask nicely, and more often than not, they'll gladly share.
It's one of the first things you hear whenever anyone speaks of humans.
Sir Lars saw Cillian looking and gave him a silent plea for help. Cillian lifted his datapad and covered his face.
Now, of course, there is always a fool or two who thinks they know better.
End of story. Story number 2. Struggle, written by LG Father Anthracite. Alice was scared. The people in the hospital were nice, and everyone kept telling her that it was going to be okay. That freaked her out more than anything. She saw people whispering to each other around her. Nurses to doctors, doctors to other doctors. Everyone whispered to her parents. Anyone who talked to her was always loud and cheerful, though. She knew something was wrong. After having the accident, her legs had stopped working. After the surgery, they were still just laying there, useless. Alice wondered if they would ever work again. The new chair was much better than the old one. It was lighter and slightly narrower. It had large wheels in the front and small caster wheels at the back. There was a small motor if she ever got tired of pushing by hand. It was a basic black model, but Alice knew that she could get her dad to take her to the hardware store, and they would pick out some cool colors and tape, and she could make it look awesome. By the time freshman year started, it would be tricked out, and her friends would help her decorate it even more. Alice was working in one of the labs, her face stuck to an eyepiece of a microscope. She was counting dyed nerve cells on a prepped slide, one of the many tasks a student in genetics was required to do during the lab portion of their classes. She noted a very high count and made a note on the slide number and then moved on to the next slide. Alice was working in an office of a teacher, running through the next version of the gene protocol that they were working on. After finding an anomalously high nerve count several years ago, they had started narrowing down the calls and found something that looked like it might be a promising new technique to jumpstart nerve cell growth. Alice continued to pursue her education, and if the results were viable, this might just help her get into a master's program that she wanted. Alice sat in her chair, looking around the new lab. Her new lab. A grant based on her PhD thesis had paid for all of this, and now she was going to be able to finally prove that neurogenerative inhibitors were a controlled response in human cells that could be toggled on and off with the proper protein sequence. Alice sat looking at the results of the latest test batch, while her assistant looked on nervously over her shoulder. The isolated protein structure was deformed during the folding process exactly the way she predicted. They found the key. She looked at her assistant. Run it again. I need to be sure. The human patient lay face down on the table. Overhead, a gantry with a motion control unit was set up with a syringe and with an IV bag containing custom folded proteins. The man on the table was a volunteer. On the other side of the glass sat Alice. She got a nod from the tech and was pressed the button on the microphone. In the patient room, her voice came out of the speaker grill. We are going to start now, Ted. Let us know if you need us to stop for any reason. The gantry lowered into place over his spine. Ted looked into the doctor's eyes, his own slick with tears. He knelt in front of her chair and wrapped his arms around her waist. He cried into her lap for a few minutes, saying, Thank you so much. Over and over again, she whispered that she was happy to help. Alice goes home, rolling up a ramp her father built for her. After all these years, he still kept it in great shape. She knocked on the door. A voice calls out from inside, Who is it? It's me, Alfie. Open up. The door opened. You could do it. She'd stopped halfway through the door and hugged her little brother. He patted her head once or twice, then slid his hand down to her shoulder. He squeezed her closer as she hugged him. Have good news, too, Alice said. It's not meatloaf night, Alfie asked. No, we still got to eat meatloaf. Sorry. She rolled all the way into the house, and Alfie closed the door. So, what's the good news? It worked, Alfie. We can fix it. Alice sits in a chair in a hall in Sweden. Alfie sits beside her. The presenter calls her name. Alfie stands and pushes his sister through the hall, up the ramp to the stage. She is presented with a medal and pointed to a low mic stand just next to the podium. Alfie nods and rolls her over to it. She waits for the light applause to die down and then starts her speech. When I was 8, my family was in a car wreck. It was pretty bad. I haven't walked a day since. In the 35 years that followed, I pursued one singular goal: to find a way to regenerate nerve tissue damage. I was stuck in that chair that day. All in all, not that bad. I could still get around on my own, and I could do most of the stuff kids normally do. But my brother lost his sight. He lost his ability to run free and roam around. I spent the rest of my life trying to bring his vision back, with the help of countless others. I finally did it. My brother can see again, and it made 35 years of struggle worth it. Jenny is sitting in a bed. She can feel the hands around her head removing the bandages. She held her breath as the last few layers were lifted off. It's okay, Jenny. You can open your eyes, said the doc. Jenny liked the doc. She was nice. She had wheels for legs and gave Jenny a ride through the hospital sometimes. Jenny let out a slow exhale and opened her eyes. She blinked a few times. Everything was so bright. It's okay, Jenny. Can you see me? Jenny moved her eyes and saw something in front of her. Doc! She placed her hands on the woman's face and looked for the first time into the face of the woman who gave her sight. She had bushy, kinky hair with streaks running through it. Her skin was darker than Jenny's. Her skin was looser and softer than Jenny's skin because she was older. The doc was smiling. Jenny could tell because her hands told her so. Her eyes didn't make sense yet. She closed her eyes, trying to focus. It's okay, Jenny. You don't have to push yourself. It'll take some time. But everything is okay now, said Alice. End of story. This is a special thank you to the one, the only, the legendary Eric Hino, who has become the only Tier 6 patron. Just a quick shout out to the T5 peeps: Bob the Dragon, Cat Crab Lobster, Data Magnet, Dark Machine, Try Again 95, Fudic Yol, Astrea the Dreamer, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Athelia, Meridian 117, and Jordan Bucksmorm. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed. There are links down below, both to support this channel and for the author of this fiction. Anyways, I hope you all have a fantastic one, and I'll see you next time. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1. Human Inadequacy Saves the Day, written by Tom Massa. When humanity was first encountered, it wasn't immediately recognized that they were an intelligent species. Their technology was so far below galactic standards that their communication signals were ignored as background radiation, and the ships so unstealthy that it was assumed that they were a natural phenomenon. However, contact was eventually made, and they were excited to be invited into the Interstellar Union. They were relatively backwards and struggled to keep up, and often failed to do so with more advanced members of the Union. However, over the course of 121 years, humans were able to at least bring their technology inadequacies to within 2 to 3 generations of our own. This is when the Pukruksu Empire ended a 3,971-year period of isolation and peace and began to expand violently, and exterminating any sentient life on planets saying they needed breathing room. Of course, the Union stood united against the threat, and we moved to stop them. Immediate mobilization was limited as many worlds near the Pukruksu border were swallowed nearly immediately, and there was little that we could do to bring them. The Union was unprepared for military response of this size and began to mobilize a mass force. The Valkruksu likewise moved to solidify their gains, knowing that further conflict was inevitable. They committed a number of cloaked vessels to hunt the vast interstellar trade routes and to attack small and isolated supply ships and troop vessels. They also deployed a massive super dreadnought called the PSM-RCK-01. It was the first of a new class of vessels with enormous firepower. Smaller escort vessels were unable to do any damage to the BSM RCK-01 before they and the convoy they accompanied were reduced to radioactive ash. Knowing that was such a threat crippled the entire war effort and must be neutralized, a task force was assembled, and the humans insisted that they be a part of it. Initially, they were kindly told no. Their forces, while welcome, were far too technologically inferior and could do nothing but die and reveal our locations. Privately, we joked about humans charging with knives drawn into the teeth of machine gun nests. The hard truth was that modern space combat distances were measured in light seconds, and weapons were powerful energy projectors. Humans were entirely outclassed. They continued to rely on chemical explosive ordnance. Their ships were small compared to all other races, but their detection cross-section was 2 to 3 times what it should have been due to the ship's poor stealth characteristics. In short, humans would die. Unfortunately, the first sortie to destroy the BSM RCK-01 went poorly. Much of our fleet was destroyed or seriously mangled. It would take months before additional forces could arrive in theater, and that would cause an unattainable loss of material, and the sector would be lost to the Phyrexia, which would make pushing them back to the original borders nearly impossible. If they were going to be stopped, it had to be here, and it had to be now. My colleagues joked that maybe the humans could at least distract the ship for a minute. The briefing was easily one of the most unusual ones that I have ever had the privilege of attending in my long career with the Tekek Navy. The captains of all the vessels participating were in attendance. There were 3 Creek standing tall in their rebreather suits, 6 of the Sios in a tight bunch enjoying the closeness of their kind craves, and 4 Tekek, led by a planning and 15 human captains scattered about. I'll say this, the humans have an excellent tactical insight and understand their weaknesses and strengths. We knew the relative position of the BSM RCK-01 thanks to some highly sophisticated eavesdropping we had done. The humans volunteered to come from 3 different directions and attempt to pin the BSM RCK-01 in position to allow the larger guns of the Union fleet to engage the threat. While reckless and suicidally brave of them, this seemed the most sensible choice. They were warned that the size of the BSM RCK-01 was enormous, and that their weapons probably couldn't do more than cosmetic damage. I noted that there were a number of venting areas, control surfaces, and other vulnerable areas that they should target. 2 of the humans looked at each other and said, "Ditch jog," and slapped their hands together. Translation software still hasn't been able to adapt the human colloquial speech patterns. When the battle was engaged, the humans proved to be even more suicidal than was expected. Scout vessels detected the BSM RCK-01 moving, and the human vessels drove hard towards her. As we got sensor information from our scouts and the humans, our targeting computers began to crunch numbers as we moved into position, projecting course, speed, direction, etc. With several light seconds lead time gave no clear firing solutions. Our ships moved into position while the humans serpentined towards the target. When the BSM RCK-01 opened fire, we were all hugely surprised when they scored no hits. None. Guns that ripped apart our best and brightest continually missed their marks. Often, these misses were narrow in galactic terms, light milliseconds, even microseconds. After tense minutes, Second Gunnery Officer Choakai began laughing, and everyone turned to him, seeking explanation. "They are too primitive to be shot." Seeing everyone's confusion, he continued, "They project a much larger signature than their physical presence, so when the targeting computers aim for the bridge or engines, they're aiming for empty space. They are moving at slower rates than our ships, so targeting isn't adjusting for just how inadequate they are." Reports from the human vessels began to come in. They had launched every weapon they carried against the BSM RCK-01. Although many of the shots struck home and were well aimed, the mass and the armor of the BSM RCK-01 was simply too massive, and no fatal or significant structural damage was inflicted. The captain of the Swordfish concluded his report by saying that they were disengaging and maneuvering to avoid the port side of the target as significant damage to maneuvering engines on that side. True enough, we were able to detect that the BSM could only turn left. Chotakai nearly hooted in excitement as he added variables to his targeting system. Suddenly, we had a firing solution. End of story. Story number 2. Ambush, written by Dayamic.
Soon the grass planet will be ours,
whispered Captain Ayu. The Hummies were winning the war for the grass-covered planet, but Ayu was determined to change that.
Shut up, this attack is supposed to be an ambush.
E shook her head as the over-enthusiastic captain.
It is not like the Hummies can hear us anyway. These fancy soundproof suits are worth more than your life.
Captain Ayu's ears pressed against his skull as he panted. He had to resist the urge to wiggle with excitement as the Hummies came closer. Those bipedal freaks won't know what hit them, he thought. With a roar, he announced,
"Squadron, attack!"
30 ooze leapt out of the grassy cover. Instead of facing a small pack of surprised and panicked Hummies, the squadron faced a small pack of confused but very prepared Hummies. The bipedal creatures opened fire and the ooze ambushed squad, turning the tables completely.
"Retreat!"
screamed Ayu.
"Retreat! We've been discovered!"
The squadron fled in failure. How did they do that? Thought the captain as he ran for his life. The ambush was supposed to be perfect. The ambush was supposed to be perfect, snarled the general. Hackles raised. He glared at Captain Ayu and the researcher Oi. You mangy pieces of crap, better tell me what happened.
I don't know.
Captain Ayu seemed overcome with despair.
The Hummies knew that we were coming the entire time.
That is impossible. The researcher gave a sniff of dismissal. The environmental suits are flawless. With a tap of her clicker, the large screen lit up. Here is a record of the test run. The envy suits were the exact shade of the tall grass. As you see, the suits blend in perfectly. They're equipped with these best sound. Turn that screen off! The general seemed ready to attack his 2 subordinates. I know about the features of the suit. You haven't shut up about them for the past 2 weeks. If the suits are so flawless, then why did your ambush fail? I sniffed again.
I suppose the environmental suits are only good as the soldiers wearing them.
Captain bristled. He extended his claws and stepped closer to the unconcerned researcher.
The suits failed because of you. I lost half my squad.
Impossible. Oi flicked her tail and turned her attention to the general.
Sir, I suggest you try the environmental suits again, but this time send out a more competent squad.
She shook her head with disappointment.
With that technology, it should be impossible to lose. I don't know how they did it.
I don't know how you did it, General Smith, leader of the Human Defense Force, said, looking at Captain Taurus with amazement. Ever since the humans colonized the green garden world of Legong, the Oo had been in constant thorn at their side. How did you manage to defeat an ambush of 70 Oo with half the troops?
It wasn't that hard, ma'am.
Saw them from a mile away. The captain shrugged. The feckers were wearing red. End of story. I just want to thank the T5 patrons and channel members. Bob the Dragon, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholtz, Estrella the Dreamer, Tryagain95, Fudic Yol, Meridian 117, Alithia, Jordan Bucksbaum, Angry Marine, Albard Gusta, and Barkey. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed. There are links down below, both to support this channel and for the author of this fiction. Anyways, I hope you all have a fantastic one, and I'll see you next time. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1. A Bad Deal, written by Sinchi Dev. That's what we were. A bad deal. Trying to make a place for ourselves with a system low in resources and far from any profitable trade route was almost an impossible task. The envoys of the Galactic Council that welcomed us to the galactic community suggested that we look for a patron amongst the most influential races, the Galactic Council, and become a protectorate. So we did. We sent a missive to all of them, offering them our undying friendship and loyalty. It was all we could offer, if they gave us their protection. We sent one to the friendly Walrus, with 15 races protected, the mighty Norrun, with 8 protected races, the generous Muldor, with 5 protected races, and the skilled Ahor, with 3 protected races, and the almighty Humans, without protected races. The time limit was almost over when we got our first answer. The humans had looked upon us with favor and programmed a meeting with us in 31 cycles. We were really happy. The almighty humans were amongst the strongest races of the galaxy, if not the universe. The humans had a reputation of not having found a race worthy of their protection, so the other races figured that if we were worthy of the humans, that they'd have a talk with us too. Following humanity's offer, we received invitations for reunions from the other races, everyone wanting to meet with us before the humans' meeting. We received their envoy, and one by one they seemed disappointed by us. We even got literally laughed at by one of them. All of them declined to be our protectors. Our worries grew. What if the humans did the same? What if they mistook us for a better race? What if we were left alone? We couldn't let that happen. The meeting with the humans had to be perfect. We prepared everything: abundant food, a performance, a military display, and a treaty where we agreed to give them all they asked for and follow them wherever they went. Humanity was our last hope for a place within the galactic community. We were desperate. The human envoys arrived exactly when they said that they were going to arrive. They were weird, taller than we expected, could easily see above our heads, and didn't have fur outside of their heads. They smiled at us and proceeded to greet us, putting their hands on our heads. It was a weird greeting, but it somehow felt really nice, more kinder than one would expect from a race known for their military prowess like them. We offered our food, which we now realized wasn't enough as they were bigger than we expected, but fortunately, we made it last. The performance kept them smiling all the way up until our military performance. We knew our military wasn't as skilled as theirs, but hearing them call our military cute still hurt. The last part of the cycle was the meeting itself, a very stressful time where we read our very, very, very small offer. When they finished reading, they had more serious face and they said, "No, we knew that we couldn't make the cut. We were doomed to be alone in the cold galaxy. Our hearts filled with sadness with their simple and small no. We are going to give you something too." We surely heard them wrong. We couldn't think of something to say. "You are offering your friendship and loyalty. We're going to give you something too." We can't articulate our thoughts. "You'll get our friendship and loyalty too." I'm glad that we are sitting. Otherwise our happiness would be harder to hide. "We want free travel within our territories and yours." We all nod, unable to say anything. "We will protect your territories as if they were ours. We'll bring new farming techniques and we'll boost your industry production capabilities." We just keep nodding, but our happiness is almost visible. "If those terms fit what you wanted, we can proceed with the signing." We signed the treaty, still trying to hide our happiness. I think they realize that they just keep smiling. It's done. We are the first race to be under the protection of humans. I don't know what made them so interested in us, but I can guarantee that after those beyond generous terms, every single member of my race would follow any human to hell and back. They are now preparing to leave, but before they leave, I have to know why they are being so generous to us. "Excuse me, Envoy Johansson, can I ask you something?" "Sure you can, Ambassador Lassie." "Why are you being so generous to us? We don't have resources, big territories, or control any important trade routes. The only thing that we can offer you is our friendship and loyalty. Not only you accepted, but instead offered more than we could ever hope to." "At the dawn of our civilization, another species made the same offer to us. Friendship and loyalty was all they could offer. Over time, they earned our respect and love, reaching the title of humanity's best friend. We learned from them the value of friendship and loyalty. You happen to look quite similar to them, and you've coincidentally made us the same offer we received so long ago. We'd never received an offer like that. All the other races offer resources or military. None had ever before offered what we truly value. We can get resources and military prowess whenever we want. Friendship and loyalty, however, are harder to find. That's what makes you a good deal.
I could barely contain my tale. My happiness is showing. But I don't care. We were beyond lucky to find humanity. End of story. Story number 2. Turnabout is fair play, written by LG Father Anthracite. Sir, I've got an activity on honeypot. It looks like a brute force attack, and some overflow injections. They got access and added some credentials, then logged off. Total contact was under 5 minutes.
Oh, fine. What's that old saying? Step on my web, there said the spider to the fly. Bait it with something useless but technical. Doesn't Johnson have an archive of old outdated router manuals and OS help files? Load that up. It's useless. See if you can catch them logged in and trace their point of origin.
Yes, sir. One baited trap coming up. Finally, after months of progress, the attack had gone off without a hitch. My team was able to take advantage of the brute force technique that we discovered on the public datanet in order to infiltrate the Terran military system. We then used a documented flaw to overwhelm the system and execute several commands without proper access rights. Once confirmed, we had continued access. We logged out, so we didn't bring attention to ourselves. In a few days, we could get back in and look around, and no one would even suspect anything.
No, man, they took everything. This is going to be fun. Really? Everything. Greedy little bastards took copies of the log files we faked up. Oh, and there was a guide to a super old command line operating system in there. Gonna mock up some files and file structures. Sir, permission to load trap and trace Trojan onto the system for them to download. We don't know who it is. Wouldn't trying to run the wrong code cause issues.
We can load in all of them and see which ones call home with data. Odds are that they will think that any glitches or errors are because they're running a non-native code on their system. Besides, what's the worst that can happen? We get nothing.
Okay, but nothing from the last 3 generations. Only old stuff we don't use anymore. Johnson and his archive should provide something.
Oh man, this is gonna be good.
The documents we exfiltrated were proving invaluable. It was like a guide on how to access every aspect of a computer that we had compromised. My team was able to download all sorts of files and programs on our 3rd visit. We were even able to get in and edit the config.sys and autoexec.bat files to run commands we wanted as soon as the system booted. Once we deciphered the data that we had access, we would hopefully be able to use it to bring down the Terran military networks and wreak havoc on our enemy, with them none the wiser as to the culprits. My quills quiver and barely contained excitement at the prospect. Oh man, this is so much fun. You're a real sadist. You know that. Come on, man.
If they think the video game blueprints are real blueprints, they deserve what they get.
I get it, but did you have to set up a whole second honeypot with all the extra security just to fool them? I don't think they're too good at this. Hey, it's not my fault they found some century-old hacking tutorials and tried them on our servers.
Oh, check it out. One of the trap and trace Trojans is spawning home. Call the chief. He's gonna want to know who's been tiptoeing through our garden.
Honor shall be mine. I discovered a cache of weapon designs on our second compromised system. I marked them as mine so no one else could steal the credit and sent them to the weapons engineers to see if they could use the designs. The documents have proved useful for learning to access Terran networks, and we are now able to navigate them quite well. It seems that the programs we were able to get were incompatible with our hardware. Most wouldn't execute, and the ones that did start didn't seem to do anything. This is to be expected. Humans are very strict about military systems. We have several civilian computers running to practice the commands we've learned, but the programs wouldn't do anything on those stats either. We will continue trying to compromise more systems. Video game weapons? Yes, sir. Like what? There is a billiard ball cannon and a pulse rifle, and the BFG 9000, sir. You're not right in the head, are you, son? I spend a lot of time in front of computers, sir. Did your little trick net us any returns? As a matter of fact, we now know where the attacks are originating from, sir. Oh, and what does that get us, aside from an international incident? Access to their systems, sir. End of story. This is a special thank you to the one, the only, the legendary Eric Hino, who has become the only Tier 6 patron. I just want to thank the T5 patrons and channel members. Bob the Dragon, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholtz, Estrella the Dreamer, Trygan 95, Futic Yol, Meridian 117, Alithia, Jordan Bucksborn, Angry Marine, Albarden Gusta, and Barkey. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed. There are links down below, both to support this channel and for the author of this fiction. Anyways, I hope you all have a fantastic one, and I'll see you next time. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1, Linebreaker, written by Mecha Kid. Admiral Qatari stood on the bridge of his flagship Arundi's Pride, watching the progress of the campaign. The forge was a cluster of black holes that dominated the sector, preventing FTL navigation. The isolating of the Omegon system, a natural fortress in space. The only two sublight passages in or out of the system, the Dominus Cut and the Gate of Ingroth, were both held by Korgrak forces. Inside of the forge were massive shipyard complexes, marshalling points for invasion fleets. Alliance forces couldn't push past the Omegon system, nor could they ignore it. It was time to bring in the Linebreaker. 2 days later, the human ship Vulcan's Hammer arrived as requested. The Qatari studied the designs, both amused and disgusted at the same time. Humans, it seemed, took no sense in beauty in their ships. They were nothing like the fast and stunning lines of his own Arundi flagship, nor did it have the graceful lines of the Seti cutter. The humans had built a blunt ship with hard angles, at 10 kilometers long and 2 kilometers wide. Over half the ship's tonnage was devoted to a strange concept the humans called armor. It was hard to believe that a spacefaring race would use such primitive methods of protecting their ships when battle screens were available. But time and time again, the human ships had shown the ability to take abuse and shrug off damage well after the battle screens had failed. Another quarter of the ship was an offensive system. While most of the galaxy prefers plasma-based weaponry, the humans had again settled on brute force, mounting slug throwers in a bewildering array of sizes. Even the point defenses were projectile-based.
Captain, I'm sure you're aware of the defense of the Omegon system.
Yes, Admiral.
What is your plan then, Captain?
Sir, at the go signal, UNS Vulcan's Hammer will approach the Dominus Cut. Upon entry into the cut, we will begin bombardment of fixed installations. Korgrak mobile units will be dealt with by direct-fire Gauss cannons. We will continue to assault until the enemy forces are eliminated or surrender.
You are aware that your combined fleet will not be able to assist this attack, correct? No Arundi or Seti ship can stand the firepower of those guns.
Yes, sir. Don't worry. The Hammer is a tough old witch. She can take it.
Then I'll leave the details to you, Captain Ross. You humans are supposed to be the experts in this kind of thing.
Understood, Admiral. 3 hours later.
Admiral?
Yeah, what is it, Captain?
Sir, a signal from Vulcan's Hammer. We're opening the door.
Very well. I shall be there in a moment. The Vulcan's Hammer slowly began to move forward, then gathered speed under full acceleration. It would take 20 minutes for the ship to enter its optimal firing range, but in less half that time, the defenses of the cut were already engaging with the longest-range batteries. The forward shields of the Hammer glowed a dull red under the plasma fire that would burn out smaller ships. 15 minutes after the Hammer began moving, the second layer of the cut's fixed defense began taking her under fire. The Hammer was now moving at a considerable fraction of the speed of light, plunging towards the waiting defenders, and her shields now glowed orange, with some spots flaring into bright yellow. Admiral Qatari had to admit that he was impressed, but knew the human ship must be spending tremendous amounts of energy to keep the shields in place. Finally, the UNS Vulcan's Hammer began to return fire. 4 metal slugs, each massing roughly 100 tons, were accelerated to just below half the speed of light and streaked out. Every minute after that, 4 more slugs were launched. Even with their stupendous speed, it still took 3 additional minutes for them to cross the distance to the first of the defensive stations. When they impacted, however, a force equal to just under 500 gigatons of explosives shattered not just the stations, but the asteroids that they were placed on. It was at this point that the Admiral realized why the humans insisted on kinetic weapons. There was simply no defense against such massive forces other than by hitting them head-on with an equally large projectile, traveling equally as fast. But the battle was just getting started. Vulcan's hammer had shattered 4 stations, but another 96 remained, and now fully half of them were within engagement range. The shields, mighty as they were, flared white, then blue as they desperately fought off massive energies being poured into them. Every few seconds, a jet of plasma would break through, scorching the hull of the human ship, leaving deep furrows in the armor plates. 4 more stations ceased to exist, then another 4. It seemed as though Vulcan's hammer was plunging into its destruction, but every minute traded armor and drive mass for more of the defenders. The Korgrak defense fleet was engaging now as well, though their own weapons seemed laughable compared to the titanic energies being released. Their resistance only brought them the same death as the battle stations, as dozens of smaller Gauss cannons hurled slugs back across space. In another 20 minutes, it was all over. None of the defensive platforms remained, and the hull of the UNS Vulcan's hammer glowed, globs of molten metal sparking off of her as she came to a halt. As insane as it sounds, literally half the human ship was gone, huge sections having been reduced to slag, or even evaporated. Suddenly, there was a series of detonations down the entire length of the ship, and the Irandi admiral gasped. Had the human ship given its last? But to his amazement, he watched as the core of the Vulcan's hammer pulled away from the wreckage. An old human battleship, hidden under all the armor that had just been released to float away. "Admiral, a message from Captain Ross." "Put it on screen." "Captain." "All set here, Admiral. You can bring your fleet through." "Thank you, Captain Ross. Are you in any need of assistance? Your ship seems to have lost some weight." "We're fine, Admiral." The human chuckled and smiled. "Call us again when you're ready to take the gate of Groth. In the meantime, if you don't mind, sir, I think the old girl could use a new dress." End of story. Story number 2. You've Been Here Before, written by Redno97. Shortly after the official first contact discussions were over. Humans. "So, it was mentioned that you visited before. Any more details?" Alien. Yes, it was a century or so ago, Terran date 1942. The Trilok stumbled across your planet." Human. "Oh, I can see why you wouldn't contact us back then." Alien. "The galaxy at large only learned about you recently, after the corresponding Trilokian files were declassified. But the Torlok never had peaceful contact in mind." "They wanted to attack us." "Yes, but they didn't because you scared the shit out of them." "Wait, what?" "How could they not be scared of you? You had between 3 and 4 million deaths in that year alone. There had been interplanetary wars that was half that body count, not to mention the ferocity with which you fought. Just look at Stalingrad, one of the main reasons given for leaving you alone. The fact that the Germans didn't surrender a week in was unfathomable to the Trilok. One of their war masters is quoted saying, "If they don't surrender when they are surrounded by 2 million men while simultaneously starving and freezing to death, why would they surrender when their planet is surrounded? But they can sit in their warm houses." "Okay, I can see that. But still, we'd be pretty much defenseless, right?" "Against orbital bombardment, yes, but it would have ruined the planet as well. Against aircraft, you have scored only a few kills, but you can't take a planet with planes alone. On the ground, it would have been a slaughter for both sides. Shields are effective, but so are your slug throwers. Not to mention what would have happened if you reverse engineered their tech, which wouldn't have taken you long." I guess that makes sense. I do have one last question, though. If they were so terrified of us, why did you contact us now? There must have been quite an opposition to that decision." "Well, like I said, we only learned of the classified files, and therefore your existence a few months ago. And as to why we decided to contact you instead of ignoring you, that's quite simple. There was some that didn't want humanity as an ally, but there was no one who wanted to risk you becoming our enemy." End of story. This is a special thank you to the one, the only, the legendary Eric Hino, who has become the only Tier 6 patron. Just a quick shout out to the T5 peeps: Bob the Dragon, Cat Crab Lobster, Data Magnet, Dark Machine, Try Again 95, Fudic Yol, Astrea the Dreamer, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Athelia, Meridian 117, and Jordan Bucksmorm. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed. There are links down below, both to support this channel and for the author of this fiction. Anyways, I hope you all have a fantastic one, and I'll see you next time. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1. The Immortals, written by Ogosh. The Immortals of Kondrai, the Festival of the Dead. Robert Applegate, National Geographic, August 7th, 2391. As a part of the Nat Geo faraway team stationed in the 4th Arm, my job is to normally accompany the unit Kepler on its scouting mission through the sector, learning about the Marines and photographing the sights which we find along the way. During this trip, however, I have found that the more interesting parts of our excursions often take place on shore leave. One of such excursions, the captain had dismissed our ship for 3 days on the planet of Kondrai, a temperate planet roughly the size of Mars, second from the star and inhabited by the Lenma. We landed in the human military base of Fort Ken, and were instructed that day trips into the nearby city were possible, as long as we did not disturb the locals. I did not know what the captain meant at first, assuming that he would just want us to keep our noses clean. But after my first trip out, it became increasingly apparent that there was a deeper wisdom in his words. We had, quite serendipitously, arrived in Kondrai during the midwinter festival which they call Katvendesset Ora, translating loosely as Feast of the Honored Dead. The closest approximation I can make in human cultures is Dia de la Muertos of Mexico. Citizens observed memorial services where the names of recently deceased families and friends on bright multicolored cloth attached to their clothing feast and tell stories. When I arrived in the city, I was encouraged by my guide to head straight to the city hall, where the patriarch of the town's clan was set to give a speech, marking the official beginning of the festival. The speech itself is fairly standard fare for anyone who has heard a politician speak, but what I found most interesting is that at the end of the speech was a nearly half-an-hour-long list of names, spoken aloud, and seemingly from memory by the patriarch. Quick searches through my database of a few of these names revealed that many of them were heroes in some way. War heroes, some centuries old, artists, politicians, philosophers, spiritual leaders, etc. But what was most surprising to me is that nearing the end of the list, among the barrage of Lenma names, the patriarch spoke the human name Janie Wessel. I was stunned. In the middle of this crowd of Lenma, the only human for a kilometer in any direction, the leader of these people had spoken the name of one of my own. As I looked around, trying to pull myself back to present, I saw that several Lenma around me were staring, most with a look of curiosity, others with looks of reserved pride. Following the speech, the crowd dissipated to return to their festivities, while I tried desperately to drudge through the crowd to the podium, where the patriarch was speaking to the side with his men. I arrived too late to speak with him, but I did manage to flag down one of his assistants. After explaining my situation and the effect that Dame Janie Wessel had on me, I was able to schedule a brief interview with the patriarch 2 days later. In the time leading up to my interview, I headed to the human embassy to learn more about Miss Wessel. The embassy itself was not hard to find. Among the round and soft corners of Lemma buildings, the human embassy was a 2-story Victorian estate in the downtown core. Janie Mary Wessel, I would learn, was the first human ambassador to the Lenma some 60 years ago. On a first meeting with the previous patriarch, she was accidentally introduced as the matriarch of the clan Humanity. Although the matter was quickly corrected, the Lenma found humor in continuing to refer to her as matriarch in casual conversation. Janie had worked alongside several patriarchs from a dozen clans to ensure human interests on Kondrai were held, and to open avenues of trade between two homeworlds. And although she would be considered by many Earthlings to be a relatively unimportant political figure in the grand scheme, She was instrumental in building a positive relationship between our peoples. When she died on May 19th, 2344, she was mourned on 2 worlds. But I would learn about her most amazing contribution in 2 days. The day of my interview with the Patriarch had arrived, and I was exploding with questions. The Patriarch, Deco Manma, to his credit, was very patient with me, answering as best as he could. As the interview went on, I stopped asking questions about Lenma, and my interest turned to the cat Bendasa to Aura and Janie Wessel. I was shocked to learn that the festival was actually only 30 years old, a newly founded tradition started by the clans. Ma explained that they of course honored their dead for much longer, but never in the manner that they had after the death of Miss Wessel. As it turned out, Janie herself was responsible for the Cat Vendisa to Aura becoming an annual festival for the Lenma. Ma then took me out of his office into the foyer where a glass display case stood at the point of honor, containing a picture of Janie, as well as what appeared to be a quote-a-day calendar. The quote of that particular day happened to be, "They say you die twice, one time when you stop breathing, and a second time a bit later on when somebody says your name for the last time." A quote attributed to a 21st century artist named Banksy, but it is more properly quoted by an American Professor Irvin Yellum and author David Eagleman. Patriarch Mama explained that after Wessel's passing, the clans came together and passed a unanimous legislation to create a festival that honored the idea of keeping the dead alive through speaking their names aloud. I felt, probably selfishly, flattered. Months later, when I returned to my office in London, my experience on Condri had not left me. I'm happy to say I take something positive away from every expedition I go on, be it a trinket of good times or even a new way of looking at the world. From Condri, I took away a small piece of colorful cloth with the name of Janie Wessel printed on it, which I keep in my wallet. Every once in a while I'll see a teal or copper corner of the cloth sticking out, smile, and say Janie Wessel aloud to myself. Robert Applegate, National Geographic, August 7th, 2391. End of story. Story number 2. Cracked Earth, written by Gulganash. The Earth Hive swarmed to the stars in the hundreds of billions, claiming every world that they got their claws on as their own. We fought valiantly, but we were beginning to lose hope as a seemingly endless sword plunged into our territory like a knife. That was when we saw the true terror of humanity. Rather than accept the losses of their worlds, they ravaged their own planets, burning all biomatter, poisoning all water, occasionally even destroying it with the most powerful ship, the HFS Kraken. Despite their fierce fighting, or maybe because of it, the Irith Hive fought single-mindedly to get Sol, the human home system. Despite their billions of losses, they first tried to make the colony out of a dwarf planet, Pluto. That was at the outer edge, but the Kraken turned its space station-sized guns towards its own system and disintegrated the entire ball of ice. The Irith were determined, though, and managed to land on the human homeworld of Earth. We thought for sure the humans would give in, having lost their capital. But they kept fighting. They saw that they were going to lose their planet in advance and evacuated billions before the Irith made it. Then they destroyed it. Earth, their homeworld, with uncounted millennia of history, gone in an instant, taking with it hundreds of millions of Irith and almost as many humans who were unable to evacuate or sacrifice themselves to keep their plan secret. We were horrified, to say the least. They had sacrificed their homeworld and kept fighting. Their tactics became crueler and more extreme. They lost Sol, but their other systems increased their productions. The HFS Kraken received a sister ship, the HFS Slayer, and they began the unthinkable, almost as unthinkable as destroying their own planets. The 2 planet destroyers went through slipspace deep into Iris territory, to their home system, Araya. with only a few support ships to help protect and supply them. Then they repeated what they did to a dozen of their own planets to the half-dozen hive planets in the system, obliterating the Hive Queen. Then they warped out of the system before the disorganized and traumatized Iris could respond, slipping to every major system of theirs and mercilessly destroying their greatest planets, killing tens of billions of them with each planet. We were horrified. They had broken one of the primary rules of warfare: do not destroy planets. We knew that we would have to pass judgment on them, but feared what we would do. For if they destroyed their own homeworld, how would they fight against us? They seemed unstoppable and bent on destroying every lost Iris. But when we turned to their home system a few years later, we saw a strange occurrence. The humans were building massive metal spheres where Earth had been, most of it barely a metal frame for it, with only a few island-sized sections and a sphere covered in carved metal. We asked them what it was, and they simply said, "A monument." We read the writing that was on the sections already there, and were stunned. It was the name of the humans, each of them, from one of the planets they had destroyed. Millions of names were scattered across its surface, with drones constantly being updated with new deaths and carving their names into the monument. And it had only been started a year ago, with less than 5% of it complete. It would be a representative and reminder of the primal determination of humanity, and how they would succeed at any cost. We ended up letting them off with a warning once they'd finally ceased their efforts, having killed trillions of the Iris and destroying their intelligence from their lack of their hive mind. For, to be honest, we were terrified. Humanity had shed its innocence, killing billions of their own to stop their enemy. We had thought that we were the most capable of war, for we had more advanced technology. But technology is no match for human insanity. But in the Iris Scourge, we learned that truth. End of story. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I would just quickly like to give thanks to our Tier 5 members: Alithia, Barky, Feudicuel, Meridian 117, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholtz, Albarden Gusta, Savage Patch Papa, and Lord Azrakal. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1, Without Honor, written by Echoing Cascade. The noise of battle was deafening. Insectoid creatures were locked in deadly combat against reptilian warriors. The sheer number of bugs made it clear who would win. Warlord Khan hefted his sword one last time. It was all that stood before the chitinous horde and his emperor. He swung his sword, getting 4 drones, then his chest was pierced by a dozen stingers. As he fell, never to get up again, the last thought in his mind was not the screams of his emperor, the end of his people, or even the pain of his wounds. All he felt was shame. I die in battle, as every Antarian warrior should, yet I know Barekton, god of war, he who rests on a bed of thorns, will not welcome me, for I have dishonored myself. If this was all, I could die in peace, but the choice I made 2 years ago dishonored all those under my command. As his consciousness began to fade, he made a silent plea. I wish I could turn back time, not to save my people, not to keep my honor, but so the warriors under my command could rest by Borekton's side. Warlord Khan was awoken by his aide.
Sire, the council awaits you.
Warlord Khan blinked his confusion. His aide and older son Korm was standing in front of him. Take me to the council. During the long walk to the meeting room, Warlord Khan tried to get his thoughts in order. This is impossible. This makes no sense whatsoever. There has to be some reasonable explanation, right? Warlord Khan sat in front of the council and was presented with the dilemma. A small human mining colony was in the way of the Klopras army. Honor dictates that they should divert forces to evacuate the civilians. The problem was that the war with the Klopras was not going well, and to send warriors to cover the evacuation would leave Corintarian worlds undemanned. Last time I made a pragmatic choice, and the human colonists were slaughtered, their armies too preoccupied fighting each other over some crystal-rich system. Their retaliation was brutal, however, and the campaign they waged against the Klopras gave us a year to prepare our forces. Not that it changed anything. He remembered painfully how many dying soldiers refused their last rites after this event. No one ever said anything or acted differently with me. They followed their orders, even if it broke them. The council members stared at the warlord for what seemed like an eternity. After being told of the problem, he had closed his eyes without saying a word. The Emperor's shadow was going to ask a question when Warlord Khan opened his eyes again. He was grinning. We have to save those stupid hairless apes. Honor demands it! All members of the council nodded and chorused, Honor demands it! Warlord Khan was looking over the battle plans for the defense of Ateria Prime. I have less troops than last time, and I will be facing nearly double the number of Klopras, and yet I couldn't be happier. As he was preparing to make Klopras pay for every inch of his planet, his aide burst into his office. Sire, you have to look at the data net. Warlord Khan didn't bother to look up from his plans. Sorry, son, I have the last stand to prepare. I'm thinking of wearing my green armor, the one your mother loves so much. Khan's son was lost and a little frightened by the change to his father's demeanor. Before the council meeting, he had been stoic, his face a mask of grim resolve. But now he was smiling while preparing battle formations. He insisted on drawing with finger paint. Nonetheless, he put his datapad in front of his father and played the video. An Atarian warrior, covered in wounds, armed with a rifle, was holding a makeshift barricade as his fellow warriors died in droves to afford the human civilians the time to flee. The human filming the scene moved closer and asked the warrior, Why are you doing this for us? The strong protect the weak. Honor demands it. We are death wielders. We are not weak. The warrior stopped shooting long enough to look into the camera. Your warriors do not defend you, and your governments abandon you. You are the weakest of the weak. The camera shook as the man filming was dragged into the shuttle. The angle shifted, and the young man, tears in his eyes, looked into the camera. The weakest of the weak. Warlord Khan nodded. A fine Antarian warrior. I am glad that he died doing his duty. He returned to make plans, but was stopped when his son refused to remove the datapad in front of him. There's more. Before he could explain, a soldier ran to his office. Sir, her fleet has dropped into orbit. This is too soon. We should be a few more days. I don't even remember where I left my green armor. Prepare for orbital bombardment. Move the troops to the bunkers and... Khan's son put a datapad in front of his eyes again. A bald, uniformed human was talking. Today, Antarians have taught us a sobering lesson, that it was unanimously voted that such a fine people should not be allowed to be destroyed. Warlord Khan's large communication screen lit up with a priority message. The same bald, uniformed man was there. Yes, I am Admiral Francis with the 3rd Fleet of the Terran Alliance. We are here to help the Antarians defend their worlds. Seriously? The Admiral nodded. Okay. I will land in 30 minutes to prepare the counter-offensive. Warlord Khan was confused, unable to process what had just happened, and then he laughed until he couldn't breathe. Admiral Francis was on the bridge of his flagship, the reasonable response, and looked at his first officer quizzically. "Am I insane, or did that warlord have blue and red paint dripping from his claws?" After humanity joined the fray, the flow of war shifted overnight. The extra troops, the firepower, the knowledge Warlord Khan had from years of battling the Cloporus allowed them an easy victory. After the war, the humans created the Red-Blue Claw, a military fleet unaffiliated with any major human power, but financed by all. Whenever a war front moved anywhere near a human settlement, it showed up and broadcast in all frequencies a simple message: humanity is not weak. No one who has tried to put this to the test has lived to regret it. As for Warlord Khan, he did something no warlord has ever done. He relinquished his rank. He taught military strategy and combat at the newly created Arterian Academy, a concept borrowed from the humans. As his health declined, all those who knew him begged him to take up arms one last time, to die in battle, even if it has to be at the hands of pirates or some other lowlives. The Emperor himself offered to give him his rank back, but he refused every time. And now he was on his deathbed. His friends and family had gathered for the occasion, as had many of the 10 junior officers he had served with. He was given a powerful stimulant so that he could recite the prayer to Baruktan, so his soul may be welcomed by the god of war. Baruktan, god of war, he who rests on a bed of thorns. Calm stopped and looked at the faces around him. No, this is good enough. Baruktan, god of war, he who rests on a bed of thorns. Calm closed his eyes. Thank you. Thus Calm, the glorious, the man who saved his people from annihilation and led them to victory, died without honor, having refused his last rites, with a smile on his face. End of story. Story number 2. Survival of the Good Enoughist, written by Whiskey Lullaby. Ever since humanity entered the galactic stage, we've been making waves. Every species on the Council was fascinated by our technological evolution, and how it defied the norms of the galaxy. You see, other species have never really thought about standardized parts or connections. Much of their shipbuilding capacity is run by what I can only describe as guilds. Each ship was a masterwork only able to be repaired, refitted, or upgraded by a specific guild workshop. We made a mess of that. Our ships couldn't compete on a one-to-one footing, not at first, especially with the laws restricting tech that we could have access to so that we could make our own path and other such nonsense. However, our ships were comparatively cheaper, much easier to repair, refit, and retrofit. For example, the Akiri craft outmatches us in speed and agility, but it is expensive to maintain, as you must have an Akiri guildsman to look over the craft and fix it, which often means cracking and replacing the polymer shell of the craft. Human ships had only 55% of their speed, but for the same price as a repair on an Akiri craft, you could get 4 new ships made of common, resilient alloys like steel and tungsten, with simple ceramic heat sinks, all of which could be repaired within a week due to the fact that every ship was made so that entire sections were detachable and replaced with a functioning section. And the part that got the guilds fuming, all of this could be done not by a master shipbuilders or guildsmen, but by ordinary tradesmen of any race with access to relatively simple tools. While, yes, those tradesmen still needed some training, it wasn't a lifetime of schooling under masters just to become the equivalent of interns for most of a decade. You didn't need to be an engineer to fix or modify human ships. You just needed on average a 2 to 4 year course on a vocational school, much of which was spent familiarizing the students with tools, safety regulations, and how to figure out what an issue was and how to get to it. And usually, the engineers that had designed the human ship had already thought of how to get a full-sized human there, let alone the number of smaller species hanging about the galaxy. With this also came the ease of customization. With guild ships, you had to hope you could afford a newer one when yours became obsolete. With human ships, you could replace the reactor and engines with a number of different models. You could enlarge, elongate, or configure the ships how you needed, upgrade individual sections with newer tech, and if the connections had changed since you last bought it, well, a number of companies sold adapters. To this day, there are Gen 1 TerraCore ships in service, something that on Earth would be a museum piece, the equivalent of a trireme amongst steamboats, and you wouldn't even notice under all the new tech that's being crammed onto it. The guilds still exist, almost 200 years on, but they've been forced to change. It's slow going, with a lot of the heads of the guild still disdaining human designs for their inferiority. But most of their members have grown up surrounded by our ideas. A recent poll found that a large number had even said that their first personal craft was human. Hell, even the new supercarrier from the Golsar Shipbuilders Guild recently had an internal scandal when it was discovered that a number of the designers were incorporating TerraCore circuits and Samsung Holo devices into the damn thing. What I want you to understand is this: a jack of all trades, a master of none, is still better than a master of one. We may never master the speed of the Akiri, the strength and armor of the Golsar, or even the detection capability of the Siren, but we don't have to. We just have to be good enough at everything that they aren't. Sanwoo James, CEO of TerraCore, in a broadcast to all TerraCore employees. End of story. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I just want to quickly thank the T5 channel members and patrons: Alithia, Barky, Tryagain95, Beauty Cure, Meridian 117, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholt, Jordan Bucksborn, Angry Marine, Albard Gusta, Savage Patch Papa, and Arcadian. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy The Long Road Home, written by Magic Rectangle. Isaac Winter toiled late into the night. He was running out of money, and so he was running out of time. He'd sunk every last dollar into this project. The money from selling the tech startup, the money from selling his house and cars, his savings, the money he'd pulled out of the retirement account, accepting the tax hit. Even the money from, the inheritance and insurance. It was 5 years now since the accident. So the machine had to work. It had to. He'd set everything up in an old warehouse he'd gotten for cheap. He slept in the office and worked the rest of the time. The office was a mess, but the workplace he kept clean. A mess was an accident waiting to happen, and he couldn't afford any setbacks. Now or never, he mused aloud. A few taps on the keyboard, and the test run 117 began. It would have been dramatic if the lights dimmed or the light bulbs exploded as the machine powered up. But Isaac knew how to build his equipment properly. Huge banks of capacitors stored up the necessary charge without overtaxing the warehouse's electrical system. The only indicators that something was happening was the buzz of the transformer and the progress bar on the monitor. The necessary charge built up. The hiss-snap of the cooling systems on the superconducting coils indicated that the process was starting. Inside the chamber, the probe, a glorified camera on a stick, was ready. If the event horizon formed this time, the probe would be pushed through on his signal. Finally, perhaps gratifyingly, the lights did flicker. Isaac barely noticed. He was more concerned by the fact that the camera inside the chamber had gone offline. His instruments indicated the fault was caused by an alarmingly large electromagnetic pulse. Fortunately, all of the key systems were well shielded as far as the computer was concerned. The trial was still proceeding, but he couldn't see it. That just wouldn't do. Isaac had built a heavy-duty plexiglass window into the side of the chamber. All he needed to do was head down to have a look. He carefully checked his person for any metal. He didn't expect to find any. He always checked at the start of each trial, but the superconducting coils could make magnetic fields strong enough to sever a finger if you were wearing a ring. So best to be sure. Satisfied, he made his way to the test chamber, peering through the window. There was a shiny silver orb. At first glance, it could have been mistaken for liquid metal. But it wasn't. It wasn't even matter. While the event horizon of the black hole drinks in all light, Isaac was trying to make an entirely different kind of hole in space. It seemed that he had succeeded. All light was perfectly refracted from the event horizon, but theoretically, hopefully, it would permit the passage of solid matter. The probe began to move towards the mirrored orb. As it penetrated, the orb rippled like water and seemed to wet the stick, sliding slightly up its surface. Isaac would have to return to his computer to check the probe's telemetry, but in the moment, he was too fascinated by the strange behavior of the event horizon. Shouldn't the effect be spatially stable? The liquid-like response to being agitated made no sense to him. Suddenly, the surface shivered, and the event horizon doubled in size. Another shiver, another doubling. Isaac had placed emergency shuttle switches in many places around the lab, so one would always be in reach, no matter which place of the equipment that he was standing by. He slammed the nearest switch into the off position, then returned to the window. It was still there. Why was it still there? He should have been terrified in that moment, but he just stood, mesmerized by the rippling, perfectly reflective surface. Another shudder ran through the orb, and suddenly Isaac's entire visual field was nothing but silver. And then blackness. Isaac's head was throbbing. Opening his eyes, he became aware that something was very wrong. This was not his lab. It had appeared to be a lab, though, a lot fancier than the one in the dingy warehouse he'd been using. He recognized some of the equipment. A lot of it, actually. If he didn't know any better, he'd say somebody was doing research a lot like his. But instead of a test chamber, there was an open pad. It almost looked like it was meant for a person to stand on. There were also huge banks of computer equipment and a massive central column with a little window on it. Isaac stood to walk to the column, but was overcome with vertigo. After steadying himself a moment, he made his way to peer inside. Nothing. Just darkness.
Ah, Isaac 7, welcome.
What? Who said that?
Isaac looked around, but there was nobody. I am Alexis. The light came on, illuminating a massive bank of computers. This is me. I am an artificial intelligence created by Isaac Winter to aid in his work.
I am Isaac Winter. I didn't make you.
You are Isaac 7. My creator was Isaac Prime.
The voice seemed sad, but then shifted to a monotone and began reciting information.
Isaac Winter created a device which allowed him to exit his universe. In so doing, he created the small bubble universe. He quickly discovered that the laws of physics here are different than that of the prime universe. For example, the speed of light is functionally infinite, and quantum uncertainty is comparatively low. These two factors allowed for the creation of computers which are far more powerful than anything that was possible in the prime universe.
Wait, hold up. Isaac still couldn't shake the vertigo. I'm in another universe. It worked! And I'm the 7th. 6 other Isaacs from 6 other universes got here first. And if the laws of physics are different, why does my body work? Shouldn't I just be dead?
An interesting question. Isaac Prime used anthropic reasoning to justify his survival. In other words, maybe there are infinite other bubble universes made by infinite other Isaacs, but this one came out just right, so you and he could live to wonder about it while the rest died. Horribly.
Cheery, but isn't that just a long-winded way of saying you don't know?
The conditions required for a human body to function may be rare, but are apparently not unique. This universe has a different set of laws from yours, but they are still just right for you. Apparently.
Wait, is that why I have vertigo? This universe isn't just right, is it?
The universe is a hypersphere with a radius of 100 meters. The curvature of space seems to cause issues with human sense of equilibrium. It is not life-threatening.
That's, not a very big universe.
Indeed. In fact, the building that you are in essence, is the entire universe. If you were to walk down that hallway...
A light illuminated a doorway at the far end of the room as Alexis spoke.
You would come right back out the other side.
Another light illuminated a doorway behind Isaac.
It would be a little bit of a walk, 628 meters, from center of the room back to the center of the room.
The conversation continued as Isaac absorbed information about the bubble, about Alexis, about the experiments that Isaac before him had been doing. The bubble was a nexus of sorts, a place from which you could access many other universes, theoretically an infinite number. There had been an issue, though. Isaac Prime had been actively engaged in an experiment when Isaac too had breached the bubble for the first time. Both had been killed. Worse, the engine that controlled this place had been damaged. The skin of the bubble universe had cracked. The vital pieces of the engine had fallen through into other universes. Can we make new parts and fix the engine?
If we had the materials. The universe has many wonderful properties, but certain materials cannot be created here. Even though the laws of this universe allow them to exist, they do not allow any mechanism by which they can be formed. In short, no. We cannot make new parts.
Of course, nothing could ever just be easy. That was all it took. Isaac 3, 4, 5, and 6 would have done it. Speaking of which, where were they? Isaac was starting to get a bad feeling about this. You sent them to retrieve the parts, didn't you?
If by them you mean the Isaacs who came before you, yes. There was no other way.
And since they're not here, and the engine is still broken, I'm guessing that it didn't go very well. The monitor closest to Isaac lit up. He turned to look. Isaac 6. Location, universe designated 17. Temporal adjacency, minus 2,631.371. Casual adjacency, 94.4%. Status, deceased. Cause of death, exsanguination due to penetrating wound to abdomen. Primary user, offline. New primary user designated Isaac 7. Nope. Just send me back. I'm not dying for some other Isaacs back up.
I am unable to comply. The rift engine is damaged.
You just said that you sent Isaacs 3 to 6 to other universes to find your damned parts. Send me back to the universe I came from.
I do not know which universe you came from. Even if I did, I could not send you there. The bubble universe is cracked. We may access only the universes on the other sides of those cracks. You must retrieve the parts to repair the rift engine. It will close the cracks. Then it'll send you home, if that is your wish.
Isaac should have been more upset about that then. But he wasn't. 6 other Isaacs had died because of this place, and he knew he should get the feck away. But as soon as he heard that it wasn't an option, he almost felt relieved. Like Alexis had given him an excuse he needed to stick around and play with all the nifty toys, without feeling like he was being completely suicidally irresponsible. Okay, so which part's the easiest to get? Alexis seemed to think that he should follow Isaac 6's footsteps, go to Universe 17 to get something called a temporal prism. She explained that it would allow her to gather better intelligence about the other universes. That way, he wouldn't go in blind. Next time. So I'm guessing temporal adjacency means the universe's timeline is offset compared to mine?
Compared to the Prime universe, I do not have data for yours. Universe 7 is in the 5th century BCE. Telemetry suggests the temporal prism landed in Greece. That's good news. It is in one of the more advanced areas in the time period. The temporal prism's unique appearance will likely make it highly valued by a local populace as a decorative ornament. You'll most likely find it in possession of a person of wealth.
Isaac did a little math in his head. Isaac Prime must have been ahead a bit on the timeline from Isaac. Of course he was. He built all of this. It would have taken decades. A lifetime, even. Okay, and casual adjacency,
a measure of how differently the events played out in the universe compared to the Prime universe. The lower the number, the more differences you'll notice from the Prime universe, and presumably from your own. Any universe that produces an Isaac Winter must have high casual adjacency to Prime universe.
Isaac supposed that made sense. So Alexis wanted to send him to an alternate ancient Greece to find what the locals would consider a shiny bauble. Wait, didn't that feel an awful lot like a fetch quest from a video game? Still, did I get to see what every historian probably dreamed of? It couldn't be all that bad. Although, I don't speak ancient Greek. Isn't that going to be a problem?
Isaac IV already thought of that. There is a 3D printer next to the platform. I've made you something. Put it in your ear.
Isaac examined the item cautiously. It was small, metallic, flexible. This is a babelfish.
Just put it in your ear.
Isaac complied. At first it felt a little strange. Then there was just sharp pain. Ah, fuck! What the hell? It felt like the damn thing was burrowing into his skull. He clawed at his ear, but it was already out of reach. His hands came away a little bloody, but after a few moments the pain was gone. Isaac was beginning to wonder about the trustworthiness of Alexis.
Can you hear me?
Whoa, your voice is in my head.
Yes, I can interface with you even when you are in another universe. I can provide translations and even alter your language processing and perception so that you feel as though that you are speaking and hearing English, while using whatever native language is needed. Isaac IV did quite a nice job on the brain-computer interface.
Isaac IV, huh? It was hard for Isaac to imagine inventing something like this. He had no training with neuroscience. From what he did know, brain-computer interfaces were in their infancy. This would be far beyond what was currently possible. Maybe Isaac IV's universe was more advanced, at least in that area. Maybe I should do like Isaac IV did and invent something to improve my odds of success. What would you like to invent? I don't know, a personal shield or something. I don't want to die from exsanguination due to penetrating wound to the abdomen, or whatever.
Are you aware of physical principles which would allow for the creation of such a device?
Well, no.
Get in the rift pad.
The pad was large and open. There was a designated spot to stand. So there he stood. Alexis began counting down from 10. Another silver sphere began to form, but this one seemed more stable. No rippling or shivering. Just a steady growth until it was larger than he was. As the countdown reached 0, the sphere expanded over him. His vision was black for only a moment, and then he was someplace else. The man in front of Isaac had a dull, dirty bronze helmet. There was a cuirass too, and greaves. The arms and hands were unarmored. In one hand was a shield, some kind of sigil carved in it, and the other an imposing-looking spear. Isaac opened his mouth to say something, but the hoplite preempted him. In a smooth, well-practiced motion, he thrust the spear into Isaac's gut. Isaac thought this was the most painful thing that he had ever experienced. The spiral fracture he got playing ultimate frisbee in college had been bad, but this was worse. In a daze, he looked to the left and right. There were more hoplites. It was a battle. Alexis had dropped him right in the middle of a goddamn war. The hoplite jerked his spear back, and Isaac felt his guts flow out. Now, this was the most painful thing that he'd ever experienced. His knees grew weak, his vision blurry. He tumbled to the ground, mud splashing into his eyes to blind him. Fucking Alexis! His world went blank.
Ah, Isaac 8, welcome.
End of story. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I just want to quickly thank the T5 channel members and patrons. Alithia, Barky, Trygan95, Beautycure, Meridian117, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholt, Jordan Bucksborn, Angry Marine, Albard and Gusta, Savage Patch Papa, and Arcadian. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1. Bartender, written by Weirdo5255.
Well, little Henan, human is pronounced human, said the woman as she sipped at a drink. The two Yahan looked at her for a moment, not sure what to make of her interruption.
What do you think? Asked the larger of the Yahan as he raised and dropped his sword onto the bar, attempting to replicate his supposedly dramatic entrance. The woman looked down at the sword, and then at the large warrior creature. Impressive. She took another sip of her drink and turned back to stare into its depths. The two fanged and clawed warriors once again looked at each other in confusion.
"Are you not female?"
asked the one holding the sword. "I am. Now, will you leave me alone?" she asked the woman.
"You should be an human female. I fought in the duels and took the sword of the Alpha. Now I am the leader of the Yin in the city."
The woman nodded. "Good for you. Now, will you let me drink in peace?" she asked. "You!" The large warrior slammed the sword into the bar again, cracking the old wood. The woman lifted a glass off of it and lazily looked down at the damage.
"You should quiver in fear. I am the Alpha,"
shouted the Yuan. The woman sighed and glanced over at the bartender, an older member of its species, one who had lived in the city his entire life. "Were you this stupid when you were a kid?" she asked. The bartender let out a low, amused warble, his feathers and claws smoothed out. "I'd like to say no, but humans are an odd lot. I'll look the other way if you want to teach them something." The woman chuckled. The young Alpha looked between the human and the older member of his species.
"Old man, why do you patronize this weakling? I command you to tell her why she should be an awe."
The old bartender laughed, his warble coming almost a high-pitched squeal. "Alpha, you may hold the sword, but a fool is what you are. I will not follow this frivolous order." The young Alpha raised the sword and pointed it at the older and wiser member of his species. "Put down the sword," muttered the woman. The Alpha glanced back at her and bared its fangs. She sighed. "All right, I warned you." Raising the glass to her lips, she finished most of the drink until only a few dregs of the dark liquid remained. Taking the glass from her lips, she swirled it for a moment, as if deciding to order another drink. In a flash of motion, she threw the glass, hitting the young Alpha in the face. It shattered, spraying alcohol and glass over him. The young creature let out a squawk of astonishment and brought his sword around to slash at the woman. But she was already gone. Swinging around, the Alpha looked for her, only to see the wooden bars of a chair a moment before they hit him. Stunned, the young Alpha collapsed onto the bar and tried to get his footing back. He was a seasoned and trained warrior. This paltry creature should not have been a threat. "Here you are," shouted the woman, and she slammed a fist into his manhood. The young Alpha keened and let go of the sword. It fell to the floor with a clang. Everyone else in the bar who had gone silent at the exchange turned back to their drinks and conversation. In less than 5 seconds, it was over. Leaning over, the woman picked up the sword, grunting under its weight. Hefting it, she set it on the counter. "This is worth another drink. He spoiled my mood," she said. The old Yunan nodded. "Indeed." Taking her drink, the human female strode to another section of the bar, ignoring the Alpha completely. Getting to his feet, the alien groaned and slowly stood back up.
"What was that?"
asked the young Alpha as he retrieved his sword. The older member of his species smiled. "Humans have a phrase. It's called fighting dirty."
She did not even take my sword,"
he said. "Humans do not care about an honorable fight, or the propriety of the encounter. To a human, all that matters is that in the end, they are standing, and their opponent is not." The young Alpha's feathers wilted at that.
"That is terrifying."
"Thankfully, they don't like to fight. The humans win every fight they get into, so the challenge for them is to resolve everything through words. At least then, it is a competition. Think on that, young Alpha." The Alpha glanced over at the human, and then his eyes widened as he noticed how many other humans were in the bar.
"Why are so many in here?"
he asked. The bartender smiled. "I serve drinks they like. I've usually got around 10 or 12 of them in here at any time. Now, young Alpha, as tradition would dictate, you came here to demand tribute, yes?" asked the bartender. The Alpha paled and looked around the room again.
No, I don't think I will."
"You sure?" asked the old bartender. The Alpha glanced back at him and then at the humans.
"Oh, I'm sure."
End of story. Story number 2. Great Bitter Lake, written by L.G. Father Anthracite. Have you ever been to a human colony world? I highly recommend you go. It's, different. You see, when most species decide to populate a planet, they gather resources and materials. They interview interested applicants. They create a plan, do a site survey, transport materials, build infrastructure, develop a town with prefabricated homes, and shuttle in new inhabitants, along with a garrison of soldiers, just in case. Agriculture starts after a few annums of soil development, and after 5 to 10 annums, the place is basically self-sufficient. Hell, the Weckley use anti-grav to scoop up giant lumps of dirt and rock out, and just drop a prefab city into place. It's ridiculous, but they have a 3-day startup, where every new resident gets assigned a job and dwelling, and then the whole thing just winds up and keeps ticking. But humans, they can't be bothered with any of that. After they decide to populate whatever brood-forsaken rock they want, a general announcement is made. Coordinates, registration fee, and environmental conditions. That's it. No site survey, no plan, no material loadout. Just thousands of humans burning across the black to get to a new spot. Oh, they do get parcels of land assigned to them, so there's no fighting. At least on garden worlds. But these are humans we're talking about. You know what they say. If a human can secure an atmosphere, it secures a home. I've seen those squishy little bastards living in subterranean complexes, on large asteroids, under plasteel domes, on airless worlds. Hell, I've actually been to one of their floating cities in the gas giants of Quinn's star. It's always the same with them. A new rock opens up, and they come in on full burn, grab the land, and start building. Local resources, handmade habs, made out of biomatter or rocks. Hell, they even figure out how to build out of the dirt and grass. 100 clicks from their nearest neighbors. No doctors, no supply depot, no help. They just ride out into the black, find a spot to land, and start making the place theirs. No real organization, no support, no backup. Just bone and muscle versus a whole planet. And the little Griggs do it too. Tame whole worlds, one batch at a time, one human at a time. You would think that this kind of person who did that just left everything to go live in the dirt. They'd be a little, antisocial. And, true enough, some of them are. But most of them would invite you in and feed you dinner and give you a place to sleep. It's not uncommon for people from wide areas to get together once a month or so, check in with each other, trade goods, have a meal. If you're lucky, someone's got some sort of still running, and almost all of them sing, play music, or dance. Those are fun nights. If you ever get a chance to go to a human colony world, do it. If you get the chance to go to a meetup on a human colony world, don't miss it for the world. They always have a name for them too, like the Grays Mountain Homesteads or the Grebo Plains Family Collective. Apparently, it's tradition from Earth. If you ever need to kill a millicycle, look up the Great Bitter Lake Association. Humans will build a society anywhere. Everyone knows that humans get attached, pack bonding, or whatever. But you deliver supplies to a colony world, spend a few weeks helping out the locals, you'll never have to worry about clearance to land on that world ever again. I have been running tools and equipment to DBIV 5 for about 500 of their annums, and they greet me by name every visit, even if I've never met them before. Because humans don't just colonize planets. They don't just transport a section of their society to a new place, like a botanist grafting a branch to a tree. Humans dig into the soil with their blunt little claws, and they seed worlds with human tenacity, human willpower, human desire, humankind. End of story. I just want to thank the T5 patrons and channel members. Bob the Dragon, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholtz, Estrella the Dreamer, Trygan 95, Fudic Yol, Meridian 117, Alithia, Jordan Bucksbaum, Angry Marine, Albarden Guster, and Barkey. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed. There are links down below, both to support this channel and for the author of this fiction. Anyways, I hope you all have a fantastic one, and I'll see you next time. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1. Living Conditions, written by Radius 55. And so he asked me if I knew who his matriarch was. No. Yes. And I thought they only said that in hollows. Senior researcher Galil laughed. He and his colleague, researcher Malak, were walking the primary teaching center and catching up. Galil had not had anywhere near as much free time since his last promotion, so he savored times like this one. Well, what did you do with him? Matriarch Well does have quite the temper. Oh, I know, the researcher replied, facial tendrils flexing in a pattern of amusement. That's why I told him that I'd be messaging her the next time I felt he wasn't applying himself. And she told me just last cycle that I shouldn't accept any laziness from her spawn. Malak clapped his prime hands together in amusement at the thought of the fearsome old matriarch disappointed in one of her descendants. Stan corrected. You do have a more arrogant understudy than I do. The worst of mine would never in 1,000 epochs try that one. Well, Galil said, still with an expression of mild amusement. They're not all that bad. I might even take a few as assistants during the upcoming term. Once I beat some of the sillier notions out of their heads, of course. Like what? His companion asked, quickening his steps slightly. They were finally in sight of their destination, and the twin primaries above them were quite warm. He was looking forward to getting into a climate control of the teaching center. Well, he began, I had one come to me just the other day asking all of these questions about evolution of civilization. I'd given the group the usual midterm project of computational cosmology. Develop the parameters for a simulation that would lead to the maximum rate of technological development. The doors ahead of them slid open and a blast of gloriously cool air. Continuing into the Institute while high-order computing, Galil continued to talk. One of my brightest students turned in 2 assignments. First was her normal, excellent work. Rough guess would be just under 750,000 revolutions for a tribal existence to spaceflight. That is impressive, Malak said. And the other? I honestly thought it was garbage, he replied. I can't imagine any sentient creature evolving on it, much less achieving technological mastery. But she was quite adamant her own limited simulations showed the species would reach it in just 30,000 revolutions. Disbelief showed on Malak's speeches. His own field of high-energy particle interactions wasn't related to Galil's, but he knew enough to understand how preposterous that claim was. After all, it had taken his own ancestors nearly 15 times that long to go from small tribes to the stars. I assume, he said slowly, she proposed something other than dropping them on a world of functional precursor artifacts. Oh no, that's not all. In fact, if you have a sec, I'll show you, he said as they passed a group of researchers gathered around a flashing terminal. Show me? Malak asked. Yes, it was the only way I could get her to drop it. I had some spare cycles in one of my sim systems anyway, so I let her set the program up to run overnight. You still haven't told me what was so odd about her parameters, Malak reminded him. Oh, those, she put them on a death world, a category 12. No, yes, I know. Her own sim must have had a bug in it. Maybe the environmental scaling was flipped, or intellect level artificially magnified or something. But she always had been a good student, and so I figured I'd humor her. Good learning experience, They both flicked their facial tendrils at that. Students always hated good learning experiences at the time that they received them. And here we are, Blail said, as they arrived at the lab. The lock read his identity and opened, revealing a dark room filled with a high-end quantum computing system and the interface to run them. He walked to one of them and sat down in front. A few moments later, he grunted in satisfaction. Take a look, he said, moving aside to let Malak see. On the screen, Malak could see the line after line of data. Here and there, pieces jumped out to him. Planet category 12, species humanoid, initial technological level, Stone Age, duration 30,000 revolutions. Then, there, at the bottom, were the important fields. Current population, 0. Simulation, complete. I knew it, Galale was saying, with smug satisfaction. There must have been a bug in her code. That's the only explanation. Malak tuned the babble out as he continued to look over the logs. There was only a brief summary on their current page, about 1 data point per 1,000 revolutions. Still, it was interesting reading. The species appeared to have survived for quite some time, longer than he would have expected on a death world. In fact, they had been present in fairly large numbers just before the final data had been collected. Not much technology to speak of, but still there. And with the sort of environment they had been facing, that was saying something. Malak's attention was drawn back to Galale as he moved over to another system. Now, if you want to see something really interesting, here's the sim I started last week. So far, it's been tracking our own homeworld's evolution with less than 0.5% deviation. Really? Malak asked. That's quite something. He leaned over to look at the screen, only to see it flashing oddly. Is this supposed to be happening? No, I really hope nothing's been corrupted. I'd hate to start it all over again, he grumbled. I'm going to go get tech support. Moving to the next terminal, he tried to open a messaging program. Instead, the screen just showed the same odd flashing as its neighbor. Now, beginning to worry, Galale hurried to check the rest of the systems. At each, the situation was the same. Screens blinking with odd alphanumeric sequences and not responding to any input. It has to be a virus, Galale said, disgustedly. Days and days of runs, ruined by some eggless Pukel's fun. He reached for his personal communicator. The only thing left was to call security and... He froze, facial tendrils going instantly still in pure shock. Comm unit not even out of his pocket. What's wrong, Galale? Malak asked, concerned. When his colleague didn't answer, he followed his gaze to the one terminal. The one the first looked upon entering the lab. It alone, out of all the other screens of the room, seemed unaffected by the electronic plague. Oh, there's something odd about it, Malak realized. The logs had been replaced by a few lines of text that read... In that instant, he felt himself go as still as Galale. There on the screen was an implausible message. You are finally here. Good. We are humanity, and we would like to discuss these living conditions. And if we refuse, Galale said, tendrils twitching nervously. He wasn't even sure why he responded out loud, but it didn't seem to matter. The interface was wide for both sound and video, and a new line of text appeared. We would prefer to avoid any unpleasantries, but just so you are aware, your browser histories now belong to us. We hope that simplifies things. Story number 2. Sword and Stone, written by Operation Technician. I've never seen anyone react to the memorial like that, said my guide. I closed my mouth. Why would they? The darkest age was centuries ago, and even then few knew what these nightmarish things looked like. Ancient, secret history. The grinding in my head refused to cease. I thought through the series of events that had ended up with me here, in front of this thing. Go to college, join the exchange program, get driven to another solar system and planet, to an arguably prestigious university. Easy enough, given how hard us humans are to get a hold of. So far, so good. But why does this university have this thing in the middle of its central garden? Why wasn't it an advertised site around here? Might as well ask. Why wasn't this, memorial on the brochures? Should it be? The guide asked. It's ugly and boring compared to the other sculptures. Sure. Boring. Why not? 3 identical, tall, asymmetrical pyramids arranged in a circle, 200 meters tall, without any details or engravings, painted grey. Their proportions, slopes, and strange broken forms were unmistakable to me. And only me. Great void of space. They put a plaza right in the center, between the pyramids. There are benches there, and people, right in the trajectory of fire. No author on the plaque, just the words, just in case. Every few years there's a motion to demolish it, but it never goes through in case we figure out who made it, or what it means. I snorted, now on the edge of hysteria. Demolish it? demolished the upper 200 meters of 5-kilometer-tall Darkest Age battlecraft, damaged the 20-meter-thick Durasteel armor that had been so carefully painted over to hide its energy-dissipating snow-white properties, scratch one of the machines that killed the gods. End of story. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I would just quickly like to give thanks to our Tier 5 members: Elithia, Barky, Feudicyol, Meridian117, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholtz, Albarden Gusta, Savage Patch Papa, and Lord Azra. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. The Meek Shall Inherit, written by Crumb J.D. When humanity encountered the possibility of nuclear war, we pulled back. Most species remember their first nuclear war like mankind remembers their renaissance, a period of rapid change and advancement. They're even sort of right, setting aside the fact that 90% of the species typically dies in that war. Anyways, it's not like mankind avoided the carnage. We just postponed it until the Krask dropped multi-stage fusion bombs on Earth for a moment. An unfortunate coincidence made the next 200 years very bad. The Krask can digest Earth proteins, and apparently we taste great to them. Ironically, it wasn't until mankind had been sold as chattel or taken as spoils of war by half a dozen other species and built populations outside the Krask Empire that we began to gain any influence on the galactic stage. Not that I felt influential as the Vremic ambassador, my master, leaned over me and roared, "Your armor plates show a tinge of ultraviolet! Why has there been no progress?" Its voice sounded like a rumble of a big machine, and one of its arm blades was raised and ready to sweep down on me. There are two responses to Vremic threat displays. You can respond in kind, or you can crouch down and shield yourself. Crouching down is a passive de-escalation body language. Had my master been dealing with another Vremic, it would have responded in kind, and they would have argued for a while, and maybe tried to kill one another. That's why most of my master's staff was composed of human slaves. I crouched. It was a real strain on my legs, but I do yoga specifically, so I won't fall on my butt in situations like this. The Krezak ambassador is a weak fool, my lord. It won't recognize the Vremic superiority and demands concessions from his position of weakness. The ambassador would be soothed by my reference to weakness. Krezak are actually a racial slur. It means crutch, and refers to the Krezak habit of augmenting their bodies with cybernetics. Madness, of course, my lord. It's war, then. The Vremic didn't say that like a human would. Its voice and the shifts in sound-sensitive crystalline hairs on the top of its dorsal spine indicated happiness. Well, perhaps not happiness, but whatever emotion a student feels upon realizing that they know all the answers on a test that they'd been worrying about. I crouched just a little more deeply. Perhaps, Lord, but perhaps you can fool the Krezak. The ambassador tensed again. Declare a truce, then attack. You have no honor. No, I mean, you might get what you want by giving them a meaningless concession. You might then gain your goals without even attacking. There is a system that interests them. I held my breath, waited. I'm a soldier, and this is the battlefield on which I might die. Vremic psychology is very poorly equipped to handle my suggestion. They can't help but see any encroachment of their territory as significant threat. Dealing with it by a straightforward attack has a visceral appeal. Any other response feels very risky. As with humans, risk scares them. But unlike humans, they almost always respond to fear with aggression. I was hoping that I'd worked my way deeply enough into the ambassador's confidence that it would suppress their anger on my behalf. The room filled with the stink of Vremic anger pheromones, and the ambassador's arm blade trembled above my head as the ambassador barely restrained the blow that would surely cut me in half. I got an inch lower, even though it made my calves burn and my knees shake. We held like that for a minute, but the death blow didn't fall. Which system? Linda, a human slave to the Crescent ambassador and my counterpart in the debate society, blew out her breath when I walked back into the conference room where we'd been meeting earlier. Dave, I was starting to worry about you. Yeah, well, you weren't wrong. I almost ate it. The debate society can't pull this kind of last-minute crap. Linda nodded. She was an older woman with steel-grey hair and stern features. Normally, she looked very composed. But today, her bun was starting to come loose and she slumped in a chair. Same here. Brass is a bunch of bastards. I'll buy you a beer after we wrap up. They have beer in this hellhole, right? Yeah, I cracked a smile. The Korgrak and Vremic are practically camping here. But there were some minor budget overruns in the construction phase of the slave dormitories. As I thought about it, my smile grew slightly less grim. Negotiations between the Korgrak and Vremic were taking place on a Plutoid body in a system that served as the very farthest outpost of the Vremic civilization. It was a miserable place. There was no sunlight to speak of, the gravity was uncomfortably low, and the surface temperature hovered around 40 Kelvin. It was only the complete undesirability of the real estate that had persuaded the Vremic to allow the Korgrak into their space in the first place for negotiations. All the non-human troops and ambassadorial staff were sleeping in their warships on high alert, eating field rations, while they waited for the conflict that they considered a near certainty. Yet, humans had a bar. Actually, we had a bar, a gym, recreational facilities, and a reasonably comfortable barracks. We had these things because we'd arrived a month earlier than the Korgrak and Vremic in our slave transports, and built the place like we built nearly everything in Korgrak and Vremic society. Mighty warrior cultures don't turn out to make good architects. It's a different skill set. The same can be said about a lot of things. I sighed and I felt tension roll out of my shoulders. These bastards, Rust, are always bastards. That's how it works. But they couldn't have known a flare would take out the main Korgrak cybernetic production facilities and send them scrambling for resources. I got you INK-47 system. That's in the right place. I nodded, then worked some controls in the mahogany conference table. A hologram of local space popped into being above its shiny surface. It was a cube depicting stars in territories of 3 civilizations. Korgrak stars were blue, Vremic were green, and Krask burned an unhappy red. My eyes lingered on a small star near the center of the Krask territory. Sol. I reached out and typed INK-47, flipping it from green to blue. Doing that smoothed out the protrusion from Vremic territory into Korgrak space. More importantly, INK-47 was near the Krask border. The Vremic had never been able to develop it because it was poorly suited to their biology and the logistics of the Empire. That was not true for the Korgrak. Oh, nice, Linda said, admiration clear in her voice. They'll flow into that like water. She got that distant look that people get when they are consulting a heads-up display. No doubt, she was reading about the system. Lots of rare earth as well, good for Korgrak implants. She shook her head a few more times and made a low humming sound of consideration and perhaps appreciation. I didn't get you anything nearly this nice. You may have just moved up the liberation timetable by, years. She reached out and toggled the star over Vremic. She was right. It wasn't as nice as INK-47. It was in an area of space that could barely be considered Korgrak to start with, and it was equally far out for the Vremic. However, putting up the system information, I could see that the Vremic would develop it faster than the Korgrak had, and they'd like it better than INK-47. When they moved all the way into the big part of Krask space would be wrapped around the strong hostile powers. That could only end one way. The Krask would go to war. They'd try to get some breathing room by either pushing back either Vremic or Korgrak. Whichever one wasn't attacked would see Krask weakness and move in. Linda and I hadn't arranged a peace treaty so much as a flanking maneuver. The Krask would be exterminated. Some humans would die too, but many would simply be taken prisoner. It was the least bad solution. Most races basically ignored us. We do our jobs, we make ourselves comfortable, manage our own, and even form our own organizations so long as they're innocuous. Like a debating club. Obviously, if we rise up, they'll kill whatever planet we do it on. Billions lost, countless non-combatants dead. That's not warfare humanity has the stomach for. But what motivation would we have for a rebellion if we aren't being eaten? The empire the Krask had forced us to build for them after they had invaded Earth was going to fall far more rapidly than it had risen. I smiled, and this time I showed a lot of human teeth that most races didn't think much of. Linda and I finalized the paperwork with our respective masters and then went to get that drink. I was lying on my bed in my room in the human barracks when someone started hammering on my door. The pounding was so intense that my pulse jumped. The violence of it made me think that it was a Vremic rather than a fellow human. But the interruption proved to be Atkins, a young communications operator and a very junior member to the debate society. I ushered him into the room and had him sit on the only chair while I settled on the bed. It was an uncomfortable way to have a conversation with a subordinate, but all of the rooms in the barracks are cramped, somewhat below 500 square feet, 3-room minimum required to achieve ideal productivity in human servants. Larger, of course, than the cots the Vremic soldiers gets, but Vremic soldiers are better with withstanding privation. Atkins started to speak a couple times, but on both occasions he trailed off gasping for breath and shivering. I didn't know if I should urge him on, or tell him to take his time that he needed. I sort of split the difference. What is it, and what the hell did you do to yourself? Run! Vremic tunnels, too cold for you, not much air, shortest way to communicate. My mind instantly offered up disaster scenarios. War had broken out. That was most likely, and if so, non-combatants would need to scram. We wanted to live. There was also the chance that some idiot human had done something that was going to trigger reprisals. I started to look around the room for anything I should grab before evac. You intercepted something. What is it? No, not intercepted. It's to us, the debate society. I stopped and gave Atkins a confused look. I hadn't worked with the kid before, but surely he wasn't under the impression that every debate society message was a big deal. No. If so, he'd be excited. He looked worried. Is it a new triad? Those violent idiots. Non-human. The message came from Hubwood of Krask space. I sat back down on the bed without quite planning the movement. Hubwood of the Krask. I wasn't even sure of the name of the races in that direction. They'd never purchased or stolen human slaves, so the debate society had assumed that they had some other industrial base. Maybe, thinnest of hopes, they weren't so bloodthirsty that two accountants debating a gap would eventually come to blows. It was more likely that they had some other race under their thumb. Could they have spies? Could they have realized that we mattered? It hardly seemed possible. But that was the problem. The debate society had gotten arrogant. I noticed Atkins was holding out a piece of paper. A cake, but it could be destroyed without leaving a digital trace. I took it and read, my eyes growing wide. To the Human Debate Society. Hello and joyous day to you. Many blessings upon your house and fertility to your loins. Your plans regarding the Krask have come to our attention. Your wisdom is unbounded. Our livers rejoice that you have been able to redress the unpleasant culinary particularities of the Krask, as well as the damage done to Earth's mantle over the Yellowstone supervolcano. Our humble fellowship would never willingly prove a stumbling block to you. However, we had seen some small role for the Krask in the design of the stars. Perhaps two races of gentle aspects might discuss the likely fate of the mighty, such that all may benefit. Sincerely, the Dentrosieri Janitorial Union. End of story. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I just want to quickly thank the T5 channel members and patrons. Alithia, Barky, Trygan95, Beautycure, Meridian117, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholt, Jordan Bucksborn, Angry Marine, Albard Gusta, Savage Patch Papa, and Arcadian. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1. Shotgun Fantasy. In a world where humans can't perform magic, elves and other races have reigned supreme for millennia. Rumors have spread lately of a human invention that might change this. These guns were underestimated by everyone except the elven merchant, who saw an opportunity for profit. Written by that 2009 weird emo kid. Laughter echoed through the crystalline halls of the Imperial Palace for the first time in centuries. Apparently, humans were accelerating tiny spears of metal at their enemies through a barrel, using controlled explosion to fuel its strength. They hadn't moved past blow darts or throwing rocks. Wrangle waited for the council to regain their composure. He'd never seen them display this much emotion. They couldn't grasp the danger of the upcoming conflict, a folly of their youth. In fact, this meeting only bolstered their confidence. Wrangle sighed. He couldn't fault humans for resenting his people. Elves had pretty much exploited them for millennia. Even after a zenith revolts, where human nations across New Gaia gained sovereignty, the economics of magic were too much for a hurdle to overcome on their own. After all, one competent wizard could produce more than a human town's entire workforce. Unfair trade agreements ensured that their governments were still reliant on elvish empire for most of their industries, keeping them subservient through indirect means even after earning their freedom. Wrangle knew this was about to change. He witnessed a group of bandits slaughter his private caravan with these weapons. Most of the hired guards fell before they could shield themselves with magic. The spell took too long to cast. Wrangle only survived because he was invisible before the humans fired on him, barely escaping into the night. The Council of Emerok didn't care. They attributed Wrangle's experience to bad timing and tactical mistakes, traveling in a crime-ridden colony after sundown. There wasn't any way a human force could defeat an elven one with proper planning. They wouldn't understand that enchanted arrows, due to the charging time they required, were too slow to shoot more than once before the gun wielder reloaded. Sure, they had more destructive potential, but that didn't matter when you were outnumbered or already dead. The fact that anyone could pull the trigger without much training meant that, when compared to the years of practice required for magical prowess, this new weapon was simply too efficient to ignore. For every soldier that fell on both sides, the humans would replace their casualties much quicker. It would spell doom for the Elven Empire. "Please, Council," said Wrangle, "I beseech you. At the very least, we should study this weapon and come up with a way to counter it." A lot of the council, looming above their millennia-old wooden high benches, still chuckled at the notion. Hensel, War Master of Emerok, also tried his best to hide his amusement. He acted as the unofficial leader of the council, a rising star of the empire that had become the youngest commander in imperial history. The plebeians loved him and deeply respected his father's legacy, to the point where the emperor himself acted wary of his popularity. Hensel actually respected Wrangle due to him being an old family friend. He clearly wanted to remain civil with the old merchant, despite the supposedly outrageous claim. That didn't make the condescension sting any less.
"Well, I'm sure the experience was troublesome. Don't you think that you're overreacting? It was just a bandit raid."
"Nay, it's precisely my point. My bodyguards were competent soldiers. I only hire the best, and yet they died like rookies to lowly bandits. You have to believe me."
Hensel shook his head. "I don't doubt your report. I just doubt that the weapon grants such an advantage." "This is a dangerous assumption you're making," said Miriam, a portly elf with rosy cheeks. He wore an elegant green robe of sapphires and golden trimming, befitting of his fine sense of status. Due to his delicate position as president of the Merchants Guild, he rarely spoke at these meetings. This was an incredible exception. Everyone in the council took note of his serious tone. "Rangel wouldn't bring this to us if he didn't warrant further examination. I've known him for over 2 centuries, and this is the first time he's ever pleaded directly to our council. Don't you think you are dismissing him too easily?" Hensel narrowed his eyes, annoyed. "Then why haven't they attacked us yet?"
"They might not understand their advantage," said Rangel.
Hensel chortled. "If they're clever enough to create these overpowered guns, but not enough to realize their potential, then we have nothing to worry about."
The rest of the council joined his laughter. Rangel pulled down his face in frustration. "They could be preying on our perceived superiority, gathering their forces as we speak. Isn't that how they gained sovereignty in the first place?"
"I get the merchant like you would think that, but as someone who has studied warfare, I can assure you there is no way a single weapon could produce such an overwhelming advantage, not when compared to a fireball or a lightning bolt. And that's without taking into account the sacred weapons like my sword, with enchantments that can rival the might of several battalions." The rest of the council, except Mirren, nodded along. Rangel sighed. "I'm sorry," added Hensel. "I understand this was a terrifying experience, but we have more important matters to discuss than soothing your anxieties. A merchant as esteemed as you shouldn't have to travel outside our borders, not at your age. Have you considered perhaps, retiring?" After the meeting was over, Rangel went to his home and packed his bags, preparing for what would probably be his last trip. Hensel had a point. Rangel was a merchant, not a general. As a businessman, he knew the golden rule of all economic trade very well. The market doesn't give a crap about your opinion. If Rangel was right, then he stood to make a lot of money with the knowledge he had attained. Nobody else in the Empire would enter this market. They were too proud to consider adopting a human invention. At least, not until it was too late. Rangel knew that he could acquire the resources needed to make the best ones in the world. Once the conflict arrived at their doorstep, the council will have no choice but to buy them from him. It would make him the richest man in the Empire, if he played his cards right. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it alone. A partner was needed, someone who already had experience designing guns. That meant Rangel required a human to fulfill his ambition. He had to ride southeast towards the imperial colony of Muxor, which was where he was originally raided. Then travel west through the marshlands until reaching the contested border, an active military zone between the human nations of Lucretia and Roulettenberg. From there on, his journey would grow more uncertain. Rangel would have to go from town to town in human disguise, learning more about guns as he ventured into those lands. Hopefully, traveling alone with little baggage would help avoid any monster or bandits. As he left Emerok behind in the horizon, he witnessed the eternal blossom tree glistening with rays of sunset in the distance. Its blue crystal leaves, deep emerald trunk, and golden flowers all bathed the city in a multicolored light, towering over every wooden skyscraper they had built. This was his people's divine shard, the crystalline embodiment of their faith in knowledge, nature, and victory. Its divine light shined all day and night for miles, burning up any monsters that experienced its radiance. The imperial palace was built into its hollowed-out base. There the Aetherus bloodline fulfilled their royal duty as representatives of the gods' immortal realm. Rangel took several minutes to admire the view. This might be the last time he saw the ancient capital of his people. It would be a perilous journey into the human lands and require a great portion of his funds. But this wasn't about profits. Not completely, anyway. It could even force the Empire to actually respect the human nations, if they didn't get conquered by them.
Wrangle spurred his horse away from the view with a heavy heart. Although painful, it provoked in him an interesting thought that kept him awake for the rest of the night. Legend said Rigel, the god of magic, planted the eternal blossom tree eons ago with the help of Artemisia, goddess of nature, and was crowned with flowers by Morthox, god of victory and king of the divine realm. Mixing the natural world with magic is what many believe gave elves their advantage over the other long-lived races. Following that logic, shouldn't it be possible to enhance guns with magic? End of story. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I would just quickly like to give thanks to our Tier 5 members: Elithia, Barky, Feudicuel, Meridian117, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholtz, Albard and Gusta, Savage Patch Papa, and Lord Azrakal. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1. You Cannot Outrun Humans, written by the Caleb Mack. By the Void Mother's bells! The profanity should have earned the vessel guide a swift yet pain-encouraged death. But given that the whole of the hive was now tumbling across the edge of the planetary gravity well, and into an uncontrollable descent into atmosphere, the indiscretion was overlooked. Gravity waves still beat upon the hulls of the small hive fleet, the last survivors of what had been a grand and massive invasion force sent from the home world to conquer this arm of the galaxy, as so many had been sent before. At this time, the invasion had been blunted, stopped cold after only turning 3 worlds into Ford hives, and now each was lost. One turned into a glass ball with atmosphere of poison gas. Another was now nothing more than debris fields slowly turning into rings around another nearby planet. But the last, the demons, actually took it back by force, with a speed and ferocity that was never before thought possible by any or all of the great mind queens. The demons arrived like a wave of seas smashing into one stranded in a storm. Weapons that spewed metallic rocks like a hailstorm, plasma like solar flares, and lines of light like red hellfire, burning twice as hot, swept the horde from the planet, nest by nest, nursery by feeding pod. So the hive ran. Yet the demons followed, swifter than reason, or just out of sense of range. Every time the hive fleet paused, the demonic humans followed close behind, and nothing seemed to stop them. Cripple one ship, 3 more took its place. Try to consume another, it would detonate like a small star, bait the fleet, and their fighters would swarm you from behind. The only time the hive was not on high alert was in hyperspace, where the humans did not dare to follow. Yet always they seemed to be waiting on the edge, gravity bending about them unnaturally, stalking. Always the humans stalked. Except when they just ran you down with their unholy warp drives, bending gravity like space, like a meteor impact on a moon, but in the very void itself. Madness! We cannot stand that which refuses to die, which refuses to turn loose of us, refuses to let go. The Hive Queen was having a nightmare again. The Hive Queen was having a nightmare again, her garbled cries of distress distant beneath the present. Stupid bug, muttered Jaxo as he went about cycling through the security feeds. You can't outrun humans. End of story. Story number 2. Cold Iron, written by Crumb J.D. Leave, Faye, I said, putting as much command into my voice as I could manage. The fairy turned towards me, and for a moment I was stunned. Every part of him was perfect. Every feature was utterly ideal. Every line of his body just as it should be. Every hair in place. I wanted to drop my sword and swear service to him just so that I could follow him wherever he went and be forever in his presence. Instead, I twisted my sword such as the icy pommel met the small patch of bare skin between my glove and my coat. The push of glamour against my senses retreated somewhat, and I was able to growl out my command a second time. "Leave!"
"I won't,"
the fairy said in his fine, musical voice.
"I have need of a child, and I haven't taken one yet."
It glanced up, and the fire escaped above the creature. Apparently, he intended to jump onto that, and then climb up to some apartment and snatch a baby. The fairy held the sack, and now that I knew what to look for, I could see the outlines of an infant, but still and unmoving, an inactive changeling. And I won't allow it. I took a step forward, moving my sword into a guard position. The fairy drew his own sword. I felt an odd flicker of entirely mundane jealousy. The fairy wore 15th century court attire, complete with scabbard for his blade. I carried my own around in a modified trombone case. It wasn't nearly as convenient. There are some odd advantages to being completely oblivious to the passage of time and the shape of human culture. The blade was silver, not silver-colored, but actual metal. The Fae had no use for iron, and the magically enhanced metallurgy can do some impressive things. It looked like congealed moonlight in the otherwise dark alley. I'd assumed that we'd get right to the knife work, but the fairy surprised me by asking, "Why not? I'm not doing any harm." There was a bit of a pout in his voice. "How do you figure that?"
"Ah, it's simple. You humans love your children, right? No matter what they like."
I nodded, though I mentally added, "mostly. Some kids have a rougher time than they should."
"Then there you have it. The human parents will love this."
He hefted the bag slightly.
"It won't matter if it's duller, slower, or more sickly than a real child. I, however, have proper standards, and thus I will have the real child to keep me happy. Everyone prospers." The fairy smiled, and it was chilling, because I knew he believed every word of that. They can't lie. It's said that there's no soul, so they can't create anything, not even something as simple as an untruth. It's also why they take human children. A human slave can do many things that they can't. If society knew about Fae, I expect arguing morality with a fairy would be an expression. It would mean the same thing as pounding sand or pissing it to the wind. I decided to fall back on a more universal concept: violence. "Oh no, my sword is cold iron. You don't want to fight me, and I don't want to fight you." The fairy set its bag down, indicating it took my threat to at least slightly seriously, but raised a single quizzical eyebrows. "Iron may be, but is it cold? Some iron is cold, so cold it burns like ice in the deepest winter, but not all."
His words drew my attention to the chills seeping through my gloves from my sword. On a night like this, I would have been able to hold it for long bare-handed, and if any sweat leaked through my glove, I'd end up frozen to the hilt. Of course, that wasn't what the fairy meant. I launched a weak lunge at him. I made it so slow that even an untrained human probably could have blocked it. The Fae was stronger, faster, and more graceful than any human, so my opponent had no trouble. He parried negligently, holding his sword to the loose, sloppy grip that would have made my old weapons instructor slap him. After deflecting my attack, he returned his sword to a guard position that could only be called such with considerable charity. Still, none of that meant that he was bad with a blade. It meant he assumed that I wasn't any sort of threat. I took a step back, disengaging, and asked, "Cold forged iron, then?"
"I know nothing of forged metalling. It is beneath me.
Like a horseshoe, the metal is just beaten into shape without heat." The fairy shrugged, but I noticed a prick of concern in its eyes.
"Horseshoes are often cold. Did you beat your sword into shape then?"
Sometimes I feel an urge to snicker at inappropriate moments, but I suppress it. At any rate, my sword certainly wasn't cold-forged. Cold forges causes metal to crystallize, making it brittle and weak. My sword is spring steel, wickedly tough and flexible, though it could hold an edge better. Instead of answering, I launched another attack. This time it was broadly telegraphed / better blocked than parried. Giving my incompetent first strike, the fairy thought nothing of catching my blade against his. The cold forge does one other thing, or at least it did in the old days of manually pounding bar stock into horseshoes with a mallet. It magnetizes the material. To the best of my knowledge, the Fae have no expression for cold neodymium. However, when I rolled my saw such as the flat and the bar of the staff set down at the center of the blade touched the fairy's own silver sword, he was well introduced to it. The magic on the silver sword broke. No, it went feral. The sword shattered into 1,000 razor-sharp splinters in defiance of any conventional explosive physics. Every sliver splinter arrowed directly for the fairy. It staggered back and swore harsh, sibilant words in an unfamiliar language as it was pierced. I didn't stop to listen. Instead, I stepped in and swatted the fairy himself with the flat of the blade. His glamour broke instantly, revealing something man-shaped but strange, angular, and inhuman beneath it. The creature screamed. It wasn't a human sound. It was like a train had locked all of its wheels in a panic stop as it skidded down rusty tracks. It went on and on, so loud that I dropped my sword and staggered back with my hands over my ears. Then the scream faded as the darkness swirled up from the ground and sucked the creature back into its own reality. It wouldn't be back soon. End of story. I just want to thank the T5 patrons and channel members. Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnolds, Estrella the Dreamer, Tryagain95, Fudic Yol, Meridian117, Alithia, Jordan Bucksborn, Angry Marine, Albard and Gusta, and Barkey. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed. There are links down below, both to support this channel and for the author of this fiction. Anyways, I hope you all have a fantastic one, and I'll see you next time. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1. Solanacy, written by Echoing Cascade. The Uniplanitia Garden was the largest collection of flora in the sector, and as such was visited by sentients of many species on a daily basis. Droz was a new guard and barely a week on the job under his belt. In that short time, he had managed to annoy his boss and ridicule himself in front of his peers. He had called for a life-or-death emergency when he spotted a bipedal walking in the nightshade wing of the garden without a protective suit. Once the medical team, senior guards, and his boss showed up, it turned out the bipedal in question was an old man Gyro, the gardener, walking stick in hand, making the rounds. He was a Death Welder, who was uniquely skilled to tend to that wing, since nearly all of the deadly plants hailed from his home world of Earth. After apologizing profusely, Droz was assigned to the Nightshade wing, a beat no one liked since you had to do it in a hazard suit or risk painful death. Droz had started to get used to patrolling in the suit. The beat was relaxing once you got used to it, especially since very few people went to the trouble of visiting the wing. The mandatory suit was a great deterrent. In the few cases visitors did show up, Old Man Gyra was as polite and professional a guide as he had ever seen. He couldn't help but chuckle inwardly as the gardener started every explanation with his trademark, "This here you see." But today, something felt wrong. 4 visitors were about to enter the wing when they looked. Odd, not in the way that they dressed, but in the way that they moved. Droz called it in. He would much rather risk further ridicule than his or Gyro's lives. He was given a simple reply, "Let the old man deal with it. We'll be there in 15 minutes. Don't get in his way." Every fiber of his being told him to do something, but before he could move, Old Man Gyro winked at him and locked him in the corridor leading to the wing. He had watched helplessly as the gardener led the 4 on a tour of the flora of Earth. Keosukas was a Mysoran, 7 feet tall reptilian predators. He led a small crew of highly skilled thieves and assassins. When he heard of the Uniplanitia Garden, he saw it as a perfect way to use their thieving skills to improve their assassination tools. Dozens of deadly toxins, so rare no one would have any antidotes or countermeasures for them in place, and only a token security team guarding them. Almost too easy. He and his men had been following the old man who kept explaining facts about the many plants. Probably some kind of genetically engineered dim-witted creature made to be immune to the poisons. Not that Keosukas really cared. He was bigger than the guy, and he wasn't alone. Cascas had spotted the plants he wanted: tobacco, mint, chili peppers, hemlock, poison ivy, and nightshade. He picked the last solely as not a subtle frack you to the garden. He made a gesture to his men, and they began to walk in 4 different directions. Or they would have, if not for the loud clang. They all stopped and turned to face the source of the sound. The guide had slammed the tip of his walking stick into the ground with such a force that the metal floor had dented. Gyro. This is here, you see, is a white oak. It grew in the light of a star that would cook your species alive, and welcomed rain that would perforate your hides in the increased gravity of old terror. Kieskas was confused and frightened. He looked to the old guide for some sort of harmless simpleton, but there he was, threatening him and his men. Still, the man was alone. He gave the sign to rush him. Gyro sighed, raised his walking stick horizontally in front of him, held it with both hands, and began to pull. Kiasikas saw the seam he didn't know was there widen on the stick, and a flash of something metal. This here, you see, is what we back home called tempered steel. 16 minutes later, Droz and his full security team entered the Nightshade wing. By then, all they could do was pick up the 4 bodies. Droz learned an age-old truth that day, something all other guards already knew. The deadliest thing in any garden is the gardener. End of story. Story number 2. Grey Area, written by Algae Father Anthracite.
Well now, that's a bit of a grey area, said the portly human behind the desk.
What do you mean, grey area? I asked.
Technically, those chemicals you want to offload on my station are perfectly legal, began the human.
Then what is the problem? I snapped.
He continued as if I hadn't spoken. But we happen to know that at least 2 of them are what we would call precursor chemicals, he finished.
What is a precursor chemical? I asked. And why does that mean I can't unload my cargo?
A precursor chemical is a chemical used as an ingredient to make something else, which is more dangerous. Drugs or explosives, for example. And the vast majority of your cargo can be unloaded. No problem. However, in order to unload containers 77542 and 56409, we are going to need some, additional paperwork. The human leans forward and rubs several of his manipulated digits in a circular pattern.
What forms must I fill out? I asked. The human sighs deeply and then falls back into the chair. He mumbles under his breath for a moment. He taps the fleshy flaps that cover his speech orifice with a single digit.
I'll tell you, Captain. I'll take care of the paperwork, and I'll even expedite and unload. And in exchange, you can give me a little something. You know, for the effort.
He bares his fangs at me in what is supposed to be an endearing human gesture, but it only puts me on edge. What do you want for this effort? I asked, still confused about the whole problem.
Oh, maybe a few 100 credits. I got to give a little to the longshoreman, too. Let's call it 750 credits.
Suddenly, I understood. He was a petty bureaucrat. It didn't matter what race he was from. They were all the same. A document processing fee, with an expedited unloading.
Yep, that's the thing,
he said with a smile. Done, I said. Compared to some of the busier hubs, a 750 credit bribe was practically pocket change. We quickly made the transaction. He gave me a document and told me to hand it to the dockmaster. Our business concluded, and I walked out the office.
Gripperhag, how are you? Sit, whiskey?
The portly human raised his chair to greet me, pointing at a small couch I could comfortably sit in. I waved off the offer beverage as I sat. Hello, Dean. I'm good, and you?
Good. My boy's just started college. House feels empty without him. Sorry, what brings you in today?
The human settled back into his seat as I spoke. I have some cargo I need to unload without papers, I say.
Side job? He asks.
I'm just here to refuel, officially.
Nothing too hot, right? You know the rules, right? No slaves, no weapons.
It's some kind of knockoff electronics without rights management hardware, I told him. He was crooked, but he wasn't completely bent. He smiles and types on his keyboard for a few minutes. He hands me a printout and says, "Here you go, just give this to the Jonesy boys. They'll take care of it." "Thanks, sir. You want the usual payment?" I asked, slipping the form into the pouch. "Nah, we've been doing it since you started giving us good word of mouth. This one's on me. I appreciate it." The human exposes his fangs again. "Well, that's very generous of you. Thanks," I said. "Hey, I take care of my people, and you're one of my people." We stood up, and he bowed his head twice in a farewell gesture of my people. I returned the gesture, and waved as I turned and left. "What's going on here?" the portly human roared as he walked into the chaos of the dock. Everyone suddenly stopped. "Hello, Dean. Don't see you on the docks too often," I said. All over the open area around the dock of my ship, my crew and Dean's longshoremen were fighting with some vermin, a lizard race. When Dean had bellowed so loudly, everyone stopped. The longshoremen had been handedly overpowering the Verin, despite being only 2/3 the size of the Verins. The humans were considerably denser and much stronger. "Okay, please explain," Dean said as his man rounded up every one of the docks who was fighting. "This gentle being believes I've been running unmanifested cargo and charging him for the fuel." "Oh, does he?" Dean asked. He turned to look up into the face of the Verin leader. "Got any proof?" "We are attempting to investigate when we were attacked by the Gebs and your men," the Verin said. "Investigate? You tried to open cargo on the dock?" Dean asked. "Yes, to verify the contents of shipping containers." "Jonesy, take these guys to the brig. I'll deal with them later," Dean said. Jonesy and his men led the Verin away. "As for you, we'll do full inventory. Gotta keep up appearances," Dean said. He leaned closer and whispered, "My men won't find anything that isn't on the bill of loading. Don't worry." So, trespassing of restricted areas, attempted theft, assault and battery. Tell me why I shouldn't hand you for the Federated Guards, Dean said. The Verin leader hissed and said, "We were trying to ascertain if we were being cheated. I'm justified in my action." "Oh, that may be true in Verin Station, but this is a human Concordian station. You've committed serious crimes." Dean sat in a chair opposite the cell holding the Verin crew. "You could face hefty fines and serious jail time. And before you start crying about it, my men are inventorying the shipment as we speak. If anything is found, I'll let you know, but even if we do find something, that doesn't excuse your behavior. Call the magistrate, and we will get this dealt with quickly," the Verin leader replied. "Oh, there's no magistrate on the station, but he is scheduled to visit in a month or so. Until then, you can cool off in here." Dean stood up and adjusted his suit coat. He started to walk away. "What? There must be a faster way to resolve this." Dean stopped and turned back. He looked thoughtful for a moment and then said, "Well, I think this little kerfuffle of yours might fall into a grey area." End of story. This is a special thank you to the one, the only, the legendary Eric Hino, who has become the only Tier 6 patron. Just a quick shout out to the T5 peeps: Bob the Dragon, Cat Crab Lobster, Data Magnet, Dark Machine, Try Again 95, Fudic Yol, Astrea the Dreamer, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Athelia, Meridian 117, and Jordan Bucksmorm. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed. There are links down below, both to support this channel and for the author of this fiction. Anyways, I hope you all have a fantastic one, and I'll see you next time. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy Death World, More Like Death Food, written by Syntho Stella. Dr. Salah Dahl was relaxing on his couch, ears spluttering some, as he was reading the latest issue of the medical journal Galactic Health. One section caught his eye. Medical trials and experiments have proven the incredible physiology of the latest species, humans. While they have only just appeared on the galactic stage, they're already demanding attention from other races just by how they're built alone. The first image that came out, and one of them made Dr. Salah's jaw drop, were the images of how flexible human bodies are.
The ones he's seeing are those provided by a human exercise regimen called yoga. He's actually starting to wonder if he'll find a human crawling around in the vents. He was startled out of his reading by the harsh buzzing of his signaler. Fishing it out of his coat pocket, he saw the message that was flashing in the air through the holographic projection. Code Dela, immediate treatment required. He hasn't seen that alert in ages. Code Dela refers to someone ingesting poisonous materials. Wasting no time, he immediately threw his coat back on, ordered his room AI to close up once he left, and hopped into his car. With the gentle whine of the engine, he began to make his way over to the medical center as fast as he could. Screeching to a halt at this designated parking spot, he relied on the car's automated security to lock it up for him as he jogged over to the emergency entrance. His bright blue fur rustled from the wind. I'm here. Where's the Code Dela? Sealer Dull announced calmly as he passed through the doors. Emergency ICU, second floor, Hilak. The assistant replied quickly, handing him a hollow card that contained whatever information they compiled. We have a human medical expert, Dr. Samdi, providing assistance. How bad is it? Sealer Dull questioned, bringing up the records. Profuse bleeding from the mouth, the assistant explained as they were walking towards the ICU. Field scans also show extreme inflammation along the digestive tract. We're worried that they're already causing cellular breakdown. What happened? What did the Hilak eat? Siladel continued, growing more and more disturbed as he listened and read. Packaged human food, the assistant answered. We haven't identified the brand or the specifics. All we know that is what the humans called soup. Kaya, Siladel cursed, his teeth bared. And this Dr. Samdi is a translator updated for the human language yet. We're having issues with that, sir, the assistant sighed worriedly. They have too many languages to decipher. We've only gotten 1 out of 100 translated. Samdi seems to be using what was translated, though, so we're okay there. What? 100? Seriously? Siladel exclaimed in disbelief. Never mind. Come on, let's go. Thanks to the emergency designation of their route, they didn't need to weave through the obstacles or civilians. It was a very quick jog over to the ICU. And as they approached, they could hear a frenzied conversation of the medical workers as well as an unknown voice with them, most likely Sandy. Once they burst through the door, Siladal already started feeling sick. The Hilak, huge and bursting with muscle, had blood all over its mouth, throat, and good portion of its upper chest. And as Siladal and the assistant made their way over, the Hilak leaned over the bed to retch out a thick stream of blood onto the repurposed wastepan. Standing, separate from the crowd, was a dark-skinned human with almost night-black tuft of fur on its head. That must be Dr. Samdi. Practically stabbing the translator in his ear, Siladal immediately approached the human. You are Dr. Samdi. The human nodded after gently tapping his own translator. Yes, I am Dr. Siladal, I presume. I am. He nodded back, then looked back at the sickening sight of the galactic brute having lost its mind in sheer terror, then back at the human. Please tell me that you have something. What happened? We need a stomach pump right now, Samdi said firmly. Nida consumed a small bowl of ramen that had intense concentrations of capsaicin in it. Once his stomach has been cleared, you will need a solution containing high concentration of casein to neutralize the irritant. Wait, milk? Siladal asked incredulously after some confusion after whether the translation was correct. Are you telling us to give him milk? Are you sure? I can direct you to the numerous scientific studies regarding the biochemistry between the two, Samdi replied with a serious expression. But yes, if you don't get the capsaicins to get off his system, his body will continue to attack the infected areas with the intensity that you're seeing, leading to a catastrophic internal damage and even total system shutdown. Siladol was momentarily distracted by another retching fit from the Hilak, who let out another outpouring of blood onto the pan, nearly filling it, before returning back to hyperventilating, despite all the neurodepressants administered to him. Do you happen to have any of that? Siladol asked, his expression dark and disturbed. I do, but your team won't allow me, despite my certification from the Galactic Medical Board. Samdi nodded, casting a glare at the workers trying to help the Hilak. Siladol can see why. The Hilak was too old, medically, to be ingesting milk.
At this point, all it would do is make his situation work by making him squirt liquid out the other end. But if it doesn't need to be digested, just come into contact with whatever poison he ingested. Everyone, allow Samdi to administer the aid to the hillock. Now! Citadel barked out immediately. Samdi, get whatever you need ready. Everyone else, get the pump ready. I want his stomach completely empty by the time Samdi is prepared. Let's go! The ordeal passed by in a blur, as all operations, big and small, happened. All Citadel remembers was cold, disturbed anxiety. He'd never encountered the infamously powerful hillock rendered to being a scared child by eating something. He remembered seeing one eat a thick length of steel just to prove a point, and smile off shattered, broken teeth. Now, though, the patient is finally calm, or rather, as calm as one can be. The neurodepressants finally took effect. The hillock would remain in intensive care for some time, mostly for the rather terrifying sight of vomiting blood. However, Samdi ended up being correct. As soon as the milk was administered and promptly pumped out, the hillock condition began to improve. And now, Citadel was trying to decompress and work his way out of the focus by relaxing in the medical center's eatery, having himself a simple plate of organized fruits and vegetables. Opposite him was the human doctor, Samdi, who let out a deep huff after setting his bowl of soup down. Citadel noticed his eyes and nose were running. He was breathing rather heavily and sniffling often. And then his heart sank. Samdi, please tell me that is not what the hillock ate. Samdi let out a wheezing laugh. Don't worry about it, me. I grew up eating food like this. Though I will admit, those Koreans sure know how to give you a good kick in the mouth. Citadel stared at him. When you mean grew up eating that, isn't that the same kind of poisonous substance that broke that hillock patient? It's not poison, at least not for us. Samdi laughed again, blowing his nose into a fifth piece of tissue. Well, depending on your neck of the woods, it's either pure hellfire or just a tickle of the tongue. But no, trust me, there are plots that are far worse than what's in here. Citadel could only stare in horrified shock for several moments, staring at the empty bowl, splattered with dots of bright orange soup. What are you exactly eating, Doctor? Ramen, Samdi chuckled with a grin. To be more specific, Nongshimshin ramen, he said, and continued with an ambiguous, sarcastic, mocking voice. Gourmet spicy. Samdi then returned to a normal tone. A friend of mine from America bought these online on an impulse, and is now practically eating them lunch and dinner. I sure hope he's drinking his milk, or building his tolerance fast. This is my second bowl, and it's, to be frank, already kind of kicking my ass. You humans can eat that, Citadel exclaimed, practically losing his mind on the absurdity of what he was hearing. Not all of us, somebody laughed again, taking a few large gulps of his milk. I, for one, won't be making a meal out of this, probably an occasional thing. But if you're thinking about the hillock, no, it's not dangerous for us. At least not so long as we don't consume hundreds of bowls of this ramen in one sitting. And as Samdi fished out the last of his meal, something that definitely screamed sweet, Citadel could only continue his stare, deciding that he'll need to read up as much as he could on human physiology as well as cuisine. Citadel dropped the report when he spotted a pair walking through the civilian entrance, a human as well as Yurtha, the six-eyed creature rapidly glancing around. Citadel noticed that his arms were shaking rapidly. So, I don't think he's okay. The light-skinned, yellow-haired human began as he pointed towards his thumb towards the Yurtha. He was pretty quiet and calm, but now he's just, weird. Hey, you got a bug on you, the Yurtha stated rapidly, and then instantly followed up by a smack on the human's cheek. Ah, feck! The human cursed, clutching his cheek. The counter's dirty, you know, the Yurtha said, pointing at a random spot on the counter. Without even waiting for a response, he looked away towards the wall. Why is it so white in here? Are we in a starship or what? And what's with all the people over there? Is there a pandemic? Hey, do you have any good food? I'm hungry. Citadel and his assistant looked at each other for a moment before silently agreeing. Sir, can you come with us, please? What, why? The Yurtha exclaimed, taking up an exaggerated pose with a point. You, with the man, taking me away because I know things. You'll never catch me. The Earther only made it a few steps before he collapsed like a puppet whose strings were cut. By the time Scylla and his assistant brushed over, the Earther was already having seizures. Citadel and his assistant immediately held him down, the doctor already on his communicator to declare a code Dela. "You answer me," Scylla pointed at the slack-jawed human. "What did he have? Drinks, food, anything?" The human stammered for a moment. His usual, and he wanted to try some stuff." "What stuff?" Citadel raised his voice. Coffee and chocolate, just a little, though," the human answered. Citadel let out a silent curse. Just like a few weeks ago with Hilak. Different food this time, however. He's not sure if this is better or worse compared to the ramen Zombie was eating. The other medical workers finally arrived and helped transport the Earther onto a maglev carrier, securing him to keep his seizures under control. Citadel allowed himself to relax for a moment once they began transporting the Earther to intensive care, at least for the time being until his situation improves. Hearing some snapping sounds, Citadel found the same human eating a brown rectangle in his hand. Although the wrapper was torn during opening, he didn't need to read it to know what he was looking at. A bar of chocolate, a sweet sauce or a solid that humans obsess over and even believe puts them in a good mood. Citadel immediately marched over and swiped the bar of death from the human's hand. Hey, what the fuck, man?" the human exclaimed. "Is this what you gave him?" he demanded, holding up the bar. "Yeah, but only a little bit," the human replied, then pointed at the bar. "You see those cuts and such? I gave him just like a quarter of that." Citadel saw what he meant. On one side, the chocolate was shaped into what owned mini bars, with the company logo, no doubt. After some quick head math, he figured that he was the best shot here. He already began marching his way to the toxin lab. Although he's not sure if it was a one-time scenario, it's all he's got. As soon as he has the weight of the Earther, he just needs to determine how much of the poisonous toxins that was inside this piece of chocolate to get an idea of how to treat the Earther. End of story. This is a special thank you to the one, the only, the legendary Eric Hino, who has become the only Tier 6 patron. I just want to thank the T5 patrons and channel members. Bob the Dragon, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholtz, Estrella the Dreamer, Tryagain95, Fudic Yol, Meridian117, Alithia, Jordan Bucksborn, Angry Marine, Albarden Gusta, and Barkey. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed. There are links down below, both to support this channel and for the author of this fiction. Anyways, I hope you all have a fantastic one, and I'll see you next time. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gents, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1. Sniper, written by Radius55. The sniper lay on a small rise overlooking the town. He could see the landing strip, still smoking from the craft so recently touched down. He saw the crowd of onlookers, fearful of the enemy that had dealt so harshly with the smallest hint of resistance. And he saw his target, surrounded by its escorts and their interlocking shields at just a hair over 900 meters. With the representative of the group that had killed so many of his friends and family magnified in his scope, the human should have felt rage. By any standards, it was insane not to. The sniper felt nothing. Just note the group was nearing their initiation point and adjusting the aim of his modified Anzio 20mm rifle. It was hard to believe first contact had only been 3 months ago. This group had arrived on Earth in a pair of ships and proceeded to fire without warning. Military facilities, rocket launch facilities, and every national capital from DC to Harare, Zimbabwe were hammered with a combination of kinetic penetrators and antimatter bombs. With every nation's political leadership destroyed and military decimated, Earth had no choice but to surrender. As a part of the terms agreed to by the new governing council, heavy metal extraction was prioritized, and several industries were updated by the invaders to produce technology useful to the invaders. Resistance was common in the first weeks. The Arabs in the Middle East were the first to receive the reward for their actions when the members of ISIS attacked the rare earth extraction operations in Afghanistan. They found, unlike the Westerners that they were so used to fighting, these aliens had no qualms about destroying entire towns to kill individual combatants. Thousands of militants were killed, and tens of times that, and civilians lost their lives. A few fighters made it into the view of aliens, saw their weapons have no apparent effect against the shields of the enemy warriors before they were slaughtered in mass. The sniper knew what had happened in Afghanistan. He also knew similar things had happened when other attacks were carried out all around the world. While watching the alien supervisor continue towards the new production facility, he should have felt fear in the retribution the attack would bring. Instead, the sniper double-checked the wind and made a minute adjustment on his scope. As the group passed by a parked vehicle, an explosion rocked the afternoon. With the signal, humans began to open fire with small arms from whatever cover they could find. Their weapons had no more effect against the enemy shields than so many spitballs, and the guards formed up in front of their leader, providing a stronger barrier against the fire. Return shots with energy normally reserved for human anti-tank weapons sent dust, debris, and bodies flying. In a few seconds, a third of the attackers and several dozen bystanders were dead. Not one of the aliens was even injured. A person should have been disgusted or filled with self-loathing. The sniper knew most of the people dying down there, neighbors, friends, comrades, and even family were being slaughtered while he was safe almost a kilometer away. Instead, he felt only recoil as he pulled the trigger. The 20mm tungsten penetrator discarded its sabot as it left the barrel, traveling at 957 meters in under a second. As it approached its target, a compact capacitor fed power into a shaped magnetic field generator. The distortion it produced was barely sufficient to allow the penetrator to pass through the barrier. Had a single guard been close enough to reinforce it with their own shield, it never would have worked. As it was, the barrier had just enough energy to punch through into the alien's chest and explode out the other side. The sniper felt nothing as he observed the creature fall. No pride or satisfaction or contempt. He merely noted that the new penetrator had worked, and the supervisor would be unlikely to survive with a large portion of his upper body splattered on the pavement. Then he began crawling back towards the drainage ditch that led away from the hide. Later, there would be time for congratulations. Later, there would be time for tears. Later, there would be time to plan the next attack. End of story. Story number 2, Of Two Minds, written by Algae Father Anthracite. He sat in a room, surrounded by nothing but white. His head was held in a cage-like rack, leaving just his head immobile. There were various subtle buzzes, clicks, and whirs. After a while, the sound stopped and a previously unseen door unsealed and let in a tech who disconnected the rack/cage thing, and the man could move his head again.
I can appreciate that you wouldn't believe me at first, but this should be pretty conclusive, right?
The man asked. An unseen intercom buzzed to life, and the voice said, "Yes, sir. This will confirm your allegations. Please remain seated. The technician will help you exit the scanner." In another room, a group of xenobiologists were looking at the holographic display. On it was slowly rotating rendering of the man's brain, or at least 80% of the man's brain. In the area where his frontal lobe should have been, there was a singular lobe and an empty space. They stared aghast at the sight and the horrific implications. The man truly was missing part of his brain. He had been getting scanned in customs when a foreign object had been detected in his head. After asking him about the object, he told the officer that he'd suffered a medical condition that required brain surgery, and the object was a plate that covered the hole in his skull. He had said he had an aneurysm, a condition in his species where a blood vessel would bulge and deform or burst altogether, causing cognitive impairment. He said he's had a required removal of damaged brain cells. Such an obvious lie led to the man being detained. Once peace officers arrived to deal with the station, the man was detained and taken to the hospital nearest to the space station. After explaining for a third time to the Xena specialist doctor about his condition, the doctor had to confer with some specialists. It was decided that a scan would either confirm or debunk the story. Most of the specialists were eager to see if it was true. When the scan showed a nearly removed chunk of tissue in his brain, most of the doctors and specialists stood, expressing various physical signs of disbelief, ranging from slack features to pulsing chromatophores to molting a few feathers. One unfortunate individual had to run to find a waste receptacle so that she could regurgitate. The subject of the scan, a relatively new species, galactically, was a human. One that was, according to all evidence, missing a part of his brain. Most of the viewers were tempted to ask for an additional scan, but the failure rate for scanners was practically non-existent. There was no way known to science to cause a void to appear on a scanner readout. The doctors began to look at each other. Someone, after a few moments, said, "We should interview him, shouldn't we? I mean, there's so much to learn. How can he operate like that? I mean, it makes no sense. He should be drooling on the floor." The man sat in his room, casually waiting for the medical clearance, unaware that just through the doorway, several creatures were calling into question some deeply held moral convictions, religious beliefs, and years of education, all due to his incomplete brain. The man sat at a table, explaining in as much detail as he could remember. He was an electronics technician by trade, and not well suited to describe the issues and side effects of the condition to medical professionals. But he did his best to describe some everyday issues he had. A drop in impulse control, constant headaches, numerous medications, but all in all, it felt relatively good. "It's better than being dead, by a long shot," he replied with a smile. He gave them contact information for his neurologist and asked for a certificate to show to the officers so they would not have to go through the whole ordeal again. As he was being led out the room, he said, "Thanks for the letter to show customs. This'll save some time and annoyance when I reboard the ship home. Oh, hey, you guys should ask my doctor about something called alien hand syndrome. Apparently, if you damage or break the bridge between the two halves of your brain, they start to act independently of each other, each half controlling one side of the body. They will even respond to the same questions with different actions, like choosing two different objects when asked to choose between several objects on the table. In bad cases, the offhand tries to hurt or kill the entire body. I read about it when I was learning about my condition." The man walked off, leaving shocked, even more horrified group of xenobiologists behind. End of story. I just want to thank the T5 patrons and channel members: Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholtz, Estrella the Dreamer, Trygain 95, Pudic Yol, Meridian 117, Olivia, Jordan Bucksborn, Angry Marine, Albarden Gusta, and Barkey. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed. There are links down below, both to support this channel and for the author of this fiction. Anyways, I hope you all have a fantastic one, and I'll see you next time. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1. A Worthy Battle, written by Retinal 97. One moment of weakness, and it was over. John was dead, killed by a gunshot to his head. 1 moment later, he stood before a giant, double-winged door, behind 2 very ornate pieces of carved wood that he could faintly hear the sounds of talk and song. With nothing else to do and nowhere else to go, he pushed the door open, which took surprisingly little force. Once John was through the door, he stood in the great hall lined by massive pillars carrying an arched wooden ceiling. And before him was the sight of a great feast. Tables stood row on row, loaded with more food and drink than their occupants could ever consume, framed by musicians playing on ancient-looking drums, flutes, and string instruments John had never seen before. And in the middle of it all, on the end of the biggest table, in a robust yet finely carved chair, sat an old man with a shining white beard, an eye cap, and a friendly face. He pointed to a seat opposite of him and said, "Welcome to Valhalla, brave warrior. Come, sit and tell of the great and worthy battles you have fought, and you can eat and drink to your heart's content." John sat down on the free chair, the horn in front of him already filled with mead and a big piece of roasted meat with some vegetables on his plate. John thought for a moment before he answered, I've been in many battles, Iran, Iraq, Afghanistan. Those were fought with modern technology, guns, tanks, and planes. Back then, I truly believed it to be a necessary fight for a worthy cause. But seeing how it turned out when we left again, I'm not so sure anymore. But still, I fought for my country, my friends, my family, my wife and daughters. And I would do it again. The old man, or as John assumed, Odin, let out a hearty laugh. You truly have a warrior's spirit in you. So tell me of the final worthy battle in which you laid down your life so you could join us here in Valhalla. John hesitated for a second. I didn't. The entire hall went quiet in that moment. After a few seconds, Odin broke the silence. Impossible! Only true warriors that died in worthy battle against the great and powerful foe can enter this realm. Are you trying to tell me that you are still alive? No. I did die, but I wasn't in a battle. Not really, at least, answered John. Maybe some part of me did, but after so many years of fighting, I came home again. But the war changed me. PTSD, the doctors called it. I couldn't sleep, started drinking. He pushed the horn away from himself, only to find a new one in front of him, this time filled with clear and fresh water. But the worst part is that I was quick to anger. The smallest things could set me off. An accidental bump by a stranger on the street, a long line on a register, or just a piece of trash someone hadn't put in the trash can. And I let it out on anyone around me. At first, only strangers. Later, my wife. I never raised my hand against her, but I did raise my voice. I still wonder how she managed to stay with me during all that. But one day, I took it too far. I raised my voice again, but not against my wife this time, but my daughter. I'll never forgive myself for that. It was that day that my wife forced me to sign the divorce papers. I don't blame her. In fact, I would blame her if she didn't. But now, I was alone. I went to therapy, and after I got a bit better, I was even allowed to visit my wife and daughter again, even if it was only on the weekends. But my life was hard, and every bit of sunshine was welcome. But then, one day, a policeman stood at my front door, and he had some bitter news for me. My wife and daughter, the only two people I truly loved, were killed in a car accident by a drunk driver. In that moment, I felt nothing. No sorrow over their loss, no sadness for being alone again, not even anger towards that drunk. I felt empty. I walked into the bedroom like I had done nearly every day before. I opened the box below my bed like I did on nearly every day before. I pulled out my old pistol and held it against my head like I did on nearly every day before. But, unlike all the days before, this time, I pulled the trigger. So no, I didn't die in some glorious battle. I died in my bed, weak and alone, and by my own hand. I'm no warrior. I'm a coward. I don't deserve to be here. Once again, the hall was quiet. And again, it was Odin who broke the silence, not as loud as before, and without any humor in his voice. He spoke with a soft and caring voice. That is where you are wrong. What you experienced would have broken many other far sooner, where you see only the moment you gave up, I see all the moments before where you chose to resist, to fight against one of the most powerful enemies humans have ever had to face. Their own mind. You fought for years and you only broke when there was nothing left to win, nothing left to fight for. There are many proud and strong warriors amongst us today, but you are one of the strongest here. So come, eat, drink, for Ragnarok is close and we could use a warrior as strong as you. End of story. If you are suffering from suicidal thoughts and depression, there are links down below that can help you. Story number 2. Call of the Void, written by a glass of whiskey. Do you aliens have the concept of Call of the Void? The human had been an endless source of questions ever since they'd first set foot aboard the ship. For the last time, my name is Alan. I'm a dragatic. Why keep referring to me as aliens? I don't know, sounds cooler. Alan is such a boring name. So you keep telling me. Fine. No, I don't know what the concept entails. Please tell me. He knew that he was going to tell him anyway, with or without his acknowledgement. Often his craziest stories started similar. Hopefully it wouldn't be as bad as that time he tried to explain Slock movies. It's, when you stare over the edge of a cliff or something, and then you know, the human looked at him with a knowing look. No, I don't. That was supposedly the point. He often wondered if the human ever thought through anything he said. No, was his currently best supported theory. Well, you got a voice in the back of your head telling you just to, take the step. See what'll happen. He'd always suspected the human was mad, but to come right out and say it, no, you really don't. Non-suicidal people, at least, don't. Oh, come on. Not suicidal. Although his every action surely suggested otherwise. It's just, a thought, yes. And so is suicide. Would you like to talk to a therapeutic AI, perhaps? He had often made the suggestion to his compatriot. Still had hoped that it would do it someday. Shh, silly old thing, doesn't know anything about humans. Or perhaps about this specific mad human. But he kept that thought to himself. So you are telling me that every member of your species is suicidal by nature, from birth? No, yes, well, a bit, he said with a thoughtful look on his face. It almost looked as if he was thinking it over, as unreasonable as that was. A bit. Well then, I see. He really didn't. Some of him still hoped that his life was just a fever dream. It would make all of this make sense. All right, like with the practical example then. Say if I hit this button here, what would happen? He looked at the big red button the human was gesturing at and, no. That was the one that emptied the ship of atmosphere in case of fire. It was supposedly safe for both of them since it was immediately flushed the ship with a new one and the whole thing would take about 10 seconds. Supposedly. No, come on, it's perfectly safe, the mad human said, as he started to move his finger forward. That, and the screaming sound of his own voice, was the last thing he remembered before waking up again. Apparently, he had momentarily blacked out since he was laying on the floor right in front of the idiot. I'm gonna kill you, I swear, he said in a tired, weak voice. Whoa, what a rush! It seems the system does work after all, though. Did you say something? A simple look at the creature that continued to bring him so much misery told him that his squares were for nothing. Something that voluntarily does that to itself out of curiosity is clearly immortal. End of story. This is a special thank you to the one, the only, the legendary Eric Hino, who has become the only Tier 6 patron. Just a quick shout out to the T5 peeps. Bob the Dragon, Cat Crab Lobster, Data Magnet, Dark Machine, Try Again 95, Fudic Yol, Astrea the Dreamer, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Athelia, Meridian 117, and Jordan Bucksmorm. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed. There are links down below, both to support this channel and for the author of this fiction. Anyways, I hope you all have a fantastic one, and I'll see you next time. Cheers. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. What Price? A Word. Written by Radius 55. Get up the stairs! Ambassador Rutilia paused, staring behind at the mass. Almost 20,000 beings of a dozen races could be seen. Some were rebels, armed with a motley assortment of weaponry that was nonetheless perfectly capable of ending her life. Mixed in were professional agitators, experts at inflaming the passions of the disaffected and molding it to whatever way that their paymasters desired. But the majority were common folks, lashing out at their governments for getting into a war that they could not win. A perfectly understandable, if disappointing, reaction. Unfortunately, as a representative of the winning side, Rutilia was a legitimate and much more accessible target for their wrath. "Come on, ma'am!" the human, John Mattingly, shouted again, grabbing her by the slender, fur-covered arm and dragging her bodily up the flight. The human was a leader of a dozen security contractors the Othwain's collective had hired to beef up security of a guard. As distasteful as Ambassador found using mercenaries, they had come highly recommended, and it was cheaper to outsource the brawl than to keep them on staff. Her personal team consisted of 8 fellow Othwain bodyguards, and, at least up until this morning, she considered them more than enough. Well, she had 8 bodyguards. Seeing the seething tide of destruction heading their way, the commander had deserted and the rest had followed suit. Their abandonment had left one Ambassador Rutilia alone but for her 12 hired human guards. It had surprised her to no end that these mercenaries didn't join the Exodus. Rather, they had found this building, a solid, reinforced ceramic construct, to hole up in, and were now busy fortifying it. It was almost like they expected to be able to hold on long enough for reinforcements to arrive. "In here, Ambassador," the human said, leading her into a section of empty offices midway up the structure. At one time, they would have bustled with life, but the war had drained the local economy of labor and capital. Now it was an empty shell with bare, stone-cold walls. "No, I need you to—" She cut the man off. "Mr. Mattingly." "Agent, ma'am," he corrected. "I'm sorry, Agent Mattingly," Rutilia corrected, with only a trace of the inner turmoil she felt reaching her voice. She hadn't even bothered to say more than 10 words to these beings in the hours before this mess. Now, she wished that she'd gotten the chance to know these brave souls. "I thank you for your aid, but it's pointless. If you would leave a rifle and some ammunition, you may feel free to make your escape. It's me the mob wants." Mattingly took his time in responding. "Thank you, Ambassador Rutilia," he began, actually managing to pronounce the odd syllables as if he were a native. "But I think we'll just as soon stay right here." Rutilia was aghast. "But there are more than 1,000 of them, for each of you. Do you honestly expect to survive those odds?" "Humans have made it through worse," he replied, shrugging. "And even if we don't, there are much worse ways to die. But my team and I are committed. There's no backing out now." She continued to stare at him, gaping, as the human met her gaze levelly. It was inconceivable that these mercenaries would be more willing to lay down their lives in her defense than the members of her own nation, or that a species so obviously insane could ever have achieved spaceflight. "Now, ma'am, if we're gonna defend this place, we need to get you secure and our defenses in place." The ambassador once again allowed herself to be led away. As she was moved further back into the building, she passed other humans moving purposefully. She saw them setting out mines and charges. Some were erecting hasty barricades and fighting positions, while others strung nanowire across hallways. One burly, skinned man seemed to be setting up what had to be a crew-served plasma caster. "Where did you get all of this?" she asked hesitantly. "We, convinced a few of your guards to part with some hardware before they, made their exit," Agent Mattingly said, as tactfully as he could, "but most of it we carried ourselves." "You carried that?" she asked, pointing incredulously at the crew-served weapon that they had just passed. There was no way her personal guards would have been able to carry a 57-kilo monster like that around without her noticing. "Yeah, Schlock has a thing for big guns. He grabbed it out of the truck as we bailed, and I'm really glad he did.
But you were hired as a light protection detail. The slender Colleen flicked her ears in exasperation.
Yes, ma'am, and right now I wish we had come with a heavy loadout. If we had our armor, I probably wouldn't even have bothered holding up here. We could have cut a path to safety. No sweat.
Then he led her through the door into one of the central rooms of the building. Inside were several electronic devices along with a massive fiber optic cabling and a few piles of supplies. How had they managed to set this up in a few short minutes that they had been in the building escaped her.
Elka, keep an eye on the ambassador while I look over these readings.
Pleased to meet you, ambassador, the human female said. She had what Rutilia sounded like a strangely stilted accent, cooked with an emphasis on odd syllables. You can sit here, ma'am. The tall, golden-haired woman motioned to a pile of packs as she rummaged for something. And please put this on. It's not as good as tailored armor, but it will still stop most impacts.
Thank you, Elka, was it? The ambassador asked, shrugging into the heavy plate carrier. It was designed for humans, but the two species were close enough in build that it wasn't a bad fit.
Yes, Ambassador Rutilia. It's a team name. Well, since we be dying together, please call me Yoel, the alien female said dryly.
Elka cocked her head and responded,
Would not count us amongst the dead just yet.
She was about to respond when a buzz brought her attention to one of the multitude of screens. Through it, she saw that the mob had brought pry bars and cutting torches and attacking the building doors with abandon. Built to withstand vandalism and petty burglary. They were strong, but couldn't stand up to concentrated attack. Elka, I think it's about time we welcome our guests, John said, pointing.
The woman seemed to inflate slightly as she asked, How's the crowd? I would not want to start the ball early.
They're packed shoulder to tentacle down there, was the reply. At least a dozen have been trampled by the rest.
Good. But make sure you get the video.
Yeah, I got it 3 angles, Mattingly responded in an amused tone. Then his voice chilled as he gave the command. Do it.
Elka's finger stabbed down on the control, and there was a muted thump.
Rutilia watched through the screen as the door was blown off its hinges by several precisely placed charges. For a moment, she was surprised that her bodyguards would have wasted even a relatively few minutes of protection the door would have afforded them in exchange for injuring a handful of attackers. Then the thermobaric charge strapped to the back detonated in the middle of the crowd. Several hundred attackers were instantly pulped by the deflagration burn, organs turned to mush by the sudden wall of air that thundered through them. Almost 1,000 more were injured to varying degrees, ranging from massive bruising to ruptured oral cavities to damaged respiratory systems. For a moment, it looked like the mob had been broken by the carnage. And then they seemed to explode, racing for the suddenly unbarred doorway. The horde crashed into the lobby and into the building, searching for their prize. But they were hunting a very dangerous game, as a steadily accumulated body count aptly indicated. Mines ranging from throw poppers to in-place charges to modern equivalent of old-fashioned M18 Claymore Old Firth fame cut huge swaths through the advancing parties. Unsuspecting frontrunners were cut in half as by an invisible razor, as the pressure of those behind them forced them into the monomolecular carbon nanofilament. Others were crushed as pre-stress supports gave way under the weight of hundreds of bodies. But the flood would not be stopped by mere traps. They were hungry for blood, and they had their victim cornered. This depleted but still substantial force burst through the stairwell and straight into the massed human fire. Hypervelocity rifles barked and flechette guns coughed as dozens of buzzies hit the floor. Then the crew's serve plasma caster opened up, and the remainder of the attackers flash fried. A few still in the stairway caught the edge of the blast and fell, writhing as they received instant third-degree burns. Once again, the crowd surged, some charging into the kill zone as the horrible weapon charged for another shot. A few of the smarter searched for an alternate route or a thin wall that they could break down. Eventually, they would find a way in. If you excuse me, Madam Ambassador, I need to get to the defenses, Agent Mattingly said as he turned to leave with the relative safety of the interior office.
Wait, Britannia interrupted. Before you go, answer one question.
At a nod, she asked simply,
Why?
Excuse me? Mattingly asked, confused.
Why are you here? Why do you stay rather than escape when you had a chance? I mean, for universe's sake, we're not even the same species.
Agent John Mattingly looked at her for a long moment before saying simply, "We gave you our word. Without that, what are we?" And then he turned and sprinted to where the rest of his men and women were preparing to fight and die, simply to preserve their honor. Captain Hurrah of the Athwain's Marine Corps shook his head as he walked over the carpet of bodies that littered the square. He'd seen some terrible things in the people's service, but he didn't think that even the massacre of Daltor Prime was quite on this level. No, he thought, as he passed a body whose lungs had been torn out through the mouth by the implosion effect of a thermobaric bomb. This is definitely worse than that. He had wanted to lead his company off the light cruiser, the Protector Fruma, hours ago. Politics prevented that. The station commander, an incompetent if he had ever seen one, had spent the time trying to convince the locals to do the job. Good PR, he said. Show our trust, he said. It made Hurrah want to vomit. The locals wouldn't have bothered to piss on an Athwanian if they had been on fire, and the delay had probably cost the ambassador her life. What a waste, he muttered to himself as he climbed through the shattered remains of the doorway. But at least they died well. And so they had. By the captain's practice time, there were over 6,000 dead between the square and the first floor alone. He grew more impressed as he continued through the building. It was obvious. Whoever had planned this defense knew their stuff, and Hurrah was going to make sure that he got a medal for it, even if it was posthumous.
"Sir,"
a voice called out over the comms,
"I think you're the one to see this. 12th floor, through the stairwell 3.
Captain acknowledged the call and began to make his way to the indicated position. As he did, the bodies seemed to get thicker. Some appeared to have been left where they fell, but a vast majority looked to have been moved to an out-of-the-way spot, as if to make room for more to take their place. Walking onto the 12th floor ladder, he was suddenly faced with a mountain. It reached the ceiling and covered a patch of flooring 8 meters across and at least 5 deep. He couldn't tell if it went any further than that because it was obviously centered on a doorway. At the mountain, it was made of corpses. "I think we found the last stad," he told the gathered Marines around him. "Time to start digging." He proceeded to grab a body and hurl it to the side. A few of the soldiers looked more than a little reluctant, but they joined their officer in the job. Soon, the doorway was clear enough to squeeze a suit through, so Captain Hurrah laid down and Betty crawled over the top of the pile. On the other side, he froze. The pile did indeed extend for several meters into the room, but that wasn't what grabbed his attention. It was the 6 humans sprawled against the far wall. They were covered in bandages, quick heal, and a couple of splints. Blood soaked their clothing, and it was obviously at least partly their own. They were slumped there like so many dead, but they weren't. Captain Hurrah saw one lift his head and nod slowly to the Athwain's officer. Then, as the Marine regained his senses and began to move forward once again, he pulled a small package from his pocket. "Ambassador Rutilia?" he asked, hesitantly, almost afraid of the answer. The human jerked a thumb to the doorway. "Back there," he said in a voice that spoke of unimaginable exhaustion. "I've got a medic looking at her. Not much else he can do here," he said, indicating their dressed wounds and the 5 blanket-covered forms laid neatly in the corner. "She's fine," he continued, cutting off the captain's next question. "Just the shock of the ordeal." Hurrah nodded and ordered a pair of his troops to secure the ambassador as he removed his helmet to get a good look at the man in front of him. The human had reduced a cigarette from the package and lit it with a small device. He wrinkled his nose in disgust at the thing. Tobacco was outlawed on most planets as a carcinogen and a filthy habit. But the human took a long drag anyway. "That stuff will kill you, you know," Hurrah said. It was stupid, but he had to say something, and the noxious smoke was messing with his mind. The human looked down at the cancer stick, and then at his comrades, living and dead, before moving to the much larger pile of would-be murderers against the far wall. Finally, his gaze returned to the alien in front of him, and it seemed to Hurrah as if the man was staring right through him. "Yeah," John Mattingly said, sighing. "But at this point, they'll have to get in line." End of story. The algorithm reckons you should be watching this video next, and I recommend that you should be always watching my video. So, click with energy! And yes, clicking that does help the channel. Thank you very much. I just want to quickly thank the T5 channel members and patrons. Alithia, Barky, Beauty Cure, Meridian 117, Cam Maxwell, Casper Arnholz, Albard and Gusta, Savage Patch Papa. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this latest edition of Tales from Outer Space. And as always, I hope that you enjoy. Story number 1. I Cast Become Dust. Written by Simone Angela.
So, let me get this straight, said the amazed human to the elder elf in front of him. Magic, or mana to be precise, achieves all the amazing things it does by simply modifying the laws of the universe to temporarily allow the effect of a spell to exist until the mana runs out. The elf looked annoyed by the noisy creature already, and had more than one thought about incinerating it on the spot for wasting his time explaining the basics of magic to it. But his annoyance was vastly inferior to the pleasure he got by elves explaining such an esoteric subject, such as sorcery. Indeed, human, the mana warps reality in design of the sorcerer, such as the spell I used to summon you when I decided that I needed another servant for my travel to the academy. The human, still daydreaming about magic and not realizing the implications of what the old elf said, just nodded pensively, still trying to wrap himself around the concept. But wait, doesn't that mean that the more you know about the laws of reality, the more efficient you become at magic? Doesn't that mean that maybe I can use it too? Now excited, the human began immediately concentrating on trying to form a small, short-range portal, applying all the theoretical physics he absorbed during his nightly YouTube binges to the amusement of the old elf. Amusement that quickly disappeared as 2 perfect spheres appeared in the room, from which one could see how it stood beyond the other. Now, more surprised than amused, the old mage's eyebrows taking a vacation to his bald head. He was completely unprepared, and his eyebrows still too close to his eyes for what the human was about to say. Wait, if manipulating space-time is so easy, maybe I could... To the old elf's dismay, the human pointed at a bare wall and concentrated, before ordering the strong and weak nuclear forces in a cone to drop to 0. The unfortunate conclusion was that the matter in the cone, comprising of a majority of the elven capital, suddenly lost every form of cohesion it had, including the resistance to returning to its natural state of energy. The resulting release of energy would erroneously be categorized by civilizations all along the galaxies as a supernova, and the secret of its true cause would die with the naive human that cast the absolutely most idiotic spell ever. End of story. Story number 2. The 3 Things, written by Pfizer Moop. Admiral Cox was nervous. Not even the 3rd pint of Bavarian Red had managed to calm his uneasy sensation that he felt deep down in his guts. He was here on assignment, issued by Her Royal Majesty to strengthen the influence of the Empire on the Cantalian Commune. They were a rather fresh player to the galactic stage, yet might prove to be a useful buffer state on the Empire's borders. Obviously, to tighten one's grip, the Empire offered its favors. He was one of them. Being a man of well-earned military career, he was not an easy to rattle. In fact, he was fairly certain that he would never lose his temper in regard to any situation that was in his direct control. Yet, that was the issue. He was not. The Cantilians had some run-ins with the Terran Union, another fledgling nation-state which had originated and expanded in the frontier until they had met the Cantilians. The Empire had the others. They were well known by now. The thing that had brought him on the edge was the fact that the Cantilians were rather new to the diplomatic game too. They were rooted to much of their own culture. For centuries they had known nothing else, so naturally they lacked the broad acceptance to properly read other species and their expressions. With the humans they could mean quite a bit of trouble. Trouble that he could not avert. He was a military man, an advisor, here to help them build a proper defensive force. He was not allowed in diplomatic talks, one of which happened right now as he waited in the lobby of the diplomatic complex.
He ordered another pint as he saw the Commodore Novash Novar, a seasoned officer and one of the men that he had worked with previously. More importantly, though, a man he knew as part of the Quintillion delegation that had engaged with the human one. He seemed happy. It was easy to get his attention. After all, Cox was relatively large compared to their species, so he waved an uniformed man over. "Great to see you, Commodore Navarre. You seem to be in high spirits, sir. May I invite you to another one?"
"I'd never decline such a fine offer, thank you, Admiral. I don't want to brag, but I feel that this day may be for a celebration, most likely the sign of a triumph to come."
Cox was interested. The officer seemed to be rather confident as the two of them sat down. They shook their hands, not as means of greeting each other, for as they were already close enough, but to synchronize their implants and share the same privacy sphere. "So, tell me, I'm intrigued, and speaking of triumph without telling of what it entails would be a mean tease."
"Of course. I'm sure that you would witness it soon enough anyway. You are a smart man, so we both know what we are talking about. See, all these warnings about the humans, they're exaggerated. It seems that we know our own neighbors better. No offense to your intelligence services."
Cox became nervous again.
"When we invited the diplomatic talks, it did not take them very long to crumble and repeatedly offer some sort of compromise. No people who know their own strength would embarrass themselves so much if they could just put up some resistance. It was pitiful, if you ask me, but they seemed to be shameless about it. They wanted some shared mining and colonization rights, offered some lunatic idea of a trade zone. It was a farce." He wanted to intervene, but paused for a moment. He felt that this tale was not over yet. "Naturally, we knew of their blatant weakness displayed just then and remained stoic. We wanted that world, and we got it. While the humans lack courage, they are certainly stubborn. Showing obvious signs of weakness, they still refuse to give in and acknowledge our superiority. It was inevitable. We had to declare war. A short and decisive border skirmish would show them their place."
You did what?" Please tell me, this is not official yet. Your diplomats did not just declare war in the Terran Union."
"Of course they did. The commune demands respect, and clearly they failed to give it. Even worse, my friend, in their matter was clear that they had audacity to offer us some manifest of rules, a guide, if you want to call it that, for what we can do in war, or more precisely, the things that were forbidden. I mean, what is this, a game for children? We talk about war here. You can't just end up in one and demand the other side play by your arbitrary rules."
Commodore Navarre chuckled, as if he told a witty joke. The punchline failed on Cox. He was in shock.
"We even did them the favor of displaying what will happen to them if they would truly pick up arms, as futile as that would be. We had captured one of their colonization vessels and recorded what our boarding parties had done to their big and small ones. Needless to say, those cowards stood up without a word and scattered away. You see, the humans, or the Union if you want, they only seem strong, but if you put them in the test, they falter."
Now, his tale was finally over, and there was a break for Cox to collect his thoughts, get some breathing. "You have no idea what you just did, right? There are 3 things you just don't do to humans. 3 simple mistakes to avoid. First, declaring war. Are you mad? Humans are a precious little species. They don't like war. That doesn't mean they aren't good at it. But more importantly, they always try to figure something out. Some compromise you took for weakness that fundamentally will benefit everyone involved. Sure, it may not be some glorious victory, but always an option that you can go away from with a straight back. And you just threw that into the bin." The Commodore wanted to say something, but Cox had a run. He would not allow this moron to get a word in. "Second, you declined their so-called rules. Think again. Those were not there to limit you and your little commune. No, those rules serve to limit themselves. Your entire species and millennia-old culture may not even have enough of a half the practice written down in those papers. Not even in your worst nightmares. As I said, humans don't like war. They don't like it, for it wakens what sleeps within them. They fear to loose the very thing that they want to be their ideal self. They even call it humanity. You just gave them a free pass to do whatever without even feeling guilty about it. The Admiral stood up and looked down at the Cantilian officer, a mere child getting scolded in front of a giant. And then the worst. Third, you made it personal. You just had to butcher their civilians to make a point, right? Yeah, they know that game better than you could ever imagine. They did not scatter in fear, but determination. Not just have you given them permission to do whatever, you also handed them the motivation to do so. And believe me, they love to hate for as long as the hate feels righteous. They grow in it, embrace it, and use it to fuel every single act of retribution, of which there will be many. You brought this on yourself. Fool! He left the shriveling mass of incompetence behind him. There were calls to make, orders to give. The Empire had to cut all ties with the Commune. He did not fear the humans. They were smart enough to prevent any escalation. But the Cantilians clearly needed this lesson, and another 100 years before talking to them would be worth it. If they managed to survive for that long, that is. He also had to petition the royal court for his permission to resign from his post. In a few weeks to come, there would be nothing left to advise anyway. End of story. This is a special thank you to the one, the only, the legendary Eric Hino, who has become the only Tier 6 patron. Just a quick shout out to the T5 peeps: Bob the Dragon, Cat Crab Lobster, Data Magnet, Dark Machine, Try Again 95, Pudic Yol, Astrea the Dreamer, Caspar Arnholtz, Cam Maxwell, Athelia, Meridian 117, and Jordan Bucksmorm. Thank you very much. And that, my friends, concludes this video. I hope that you enjoyed. There are links down below, both to support this channel and for the author of this fiction. Anyways, I hope you all have